inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything.
Let's go, y'all. Today is the day. Is this like UFO Christmas? What's up, man? Is Santa going to come down and give us some presents today? I don't know. But what I do know is woke up so happy this morning, y'all. I'm excited. The energy is, all over the place. And I'm feeding off of everyone's energy, to be honest with you. Our Discord, all the veterans are super happy about what's going on. The UFO community is buzzing. And that's a nice thing to have, right? To be honest with you. Regardless of what happens today, y'all, we're in this together. So thank y'all so much for joining for this live stream. I'm going on just a little bit early. We're going to pregame. I got a few videos lined up here just to kind of get us ready for this hearing that's in 30 minutes. So if you're watching this on replay and you don't want to see any of this, just skip ahead 30 minutes and you'll get right to the hearing. Now, I realize there's going to be a lot of people live streaming this today. I tried to get some other creators on and just so we didn't split up the audience and stuff, but I get it. Everyone wants to live stream it themselves, and I totally understand. And I will not take offense if you want to go watch somewhere else and not here. Like, I don't care, right? You do you. Whatever is best for you during this stream, you do it. I support it. Go. I support all the other creators out there live streaming this thing, and I wish everyone the best with it. I saw in the chat Grant from Australia wishing a great live stream. Great live stream to him as well. He is going to be live streaming for his Australian audience, and I think that's awesome. So shout out to Grant for sure. And I want to thank all the mods for jumping in the chat, hanging out today. They may be asleep. They may join us later. I don't know. But either way, shout out to Daniel Clancy, our head mod. Of course, Miss Brookers, who's always in the chat with us here. We got Justin and Allie, Chris, Heiser, Jessica. Gosh, who did I miss? I don't think I missed anybody. I might have. But yes, a little bit earlier than we normally do it, but we are going to do it today, y'all. This is going to be exciting. So look, let's just get to some pregame stuff, right? Let's do that while we're hanging out here. All right. Now, this is Ron James is in Washington, D.C. right now. He is a director of a documentary called Accidental Truth. He has a new one coming out in 2025, early 2025. And he's in D.C. for the hearings, hanging out with the New Paradigm Institute, right? Danny Sheehan, Steve Bassett, all those guys. And they're going to have like a function after the hearing on the steps. So anyway, he sent me a little video that's on his YouTube. So I'm just going to play that and we'll go from there.
So it's the day before the hearings. We're all getting ready to shoot interviews and make sure we have places in line. I'm here at the office for the New Paradigm Institute, where preparations, as they say, are underway. All right. Looks like we have a studio going. Hey, over here is Teddy. He's setting up.
And Teddy,
tell us what you got. You're running some reds and wow.
Do some interviews the next couple of days.
Teddy brought the big toys. Look at that. And here's Tyler. He's handling the social media.
We have all the tabs open. We have Reddit, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. We're keeping everybody updated. You know how it goes.
All right. Yeah, I'm trying to do the same thing.
It's a big day tomorrow, so we have to make sure that people are tracking that 11:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, the Rayburn House Office Building.
So we're taking a cab ride over the day before the hearings to check out the entrance to the Rayburn office building. It's going to be jam-packed, and it's going to be very interesting who actually gets in. So this is the Rayburn office building right ahead of us. There's a horseshoe in the front. On the left-hand side over here is where we're going to be having our event, where people can hear from Danny Sheehan, Steve Bassett, Dave McDonald, and myself right in front of the Capitol. I'll keep you guys posted with daily updates. And as soon as we're in action in this studio, they'll be a part of that too. So anyway, wish us all luck in getting into the hearings. It's going to be every man for himself, dog pile at the door. Here we go.
So there we go, y'all. All right. Looking forward to that. I got a few other things here. Stay with me, y'all. Stay with me. Make sure you guys are get your bathroom breaks in, get your water, your drinks ready, your snacks, your adult snacks, whatever, whatever you need to get through this. Let's go to X here because there's some fun things here. All right, we got James Fox here hanging out this morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, and this is from James Fox.
Hey, James. Hey, guys. I'm just going to meet somebody. See if I can get my butt in that door. Hey, how's it going?
Have you on the podcast, man. We've
Oh.
been talking for too long. Come on, man.
Hey, how's it going? Hi. Hey, what's up? Hey, guys.
Did you see? I gotta show you something.
Hold on, I gotta keep filming because I'm doing something here.
I got the camera too.
Oh, so I can get you on the camera. Okay, I'm following you, brother.
You noticing some faces there, y'all?
Yeah. Dude, I'm filming. I know the tricks. I know the tricks. You know what time it is. Okay. Hey, this is the magician of the year.
So there we go. That's interesting. That's James Fox. You could see some different people in there. Yeah, but the energy is, excitement. Excitement, y'all. All right, here's
last year on the first UAP year.
This is
All right, back for a quick update.
damn it. This is Stephen Diener. I've had him on the podcast before a few times talking about the Las Vegas alien case. You may remember he has his own podcast. I've been on his too. Great guy. He's also in DC for the hearings.
All right, back for a quick update. This is where it's going to be happening. Oversight and Accountability Committee in that room right there. And I wanted to show you this line that a reporter who I was just speaking to, who was here last year on the first UAP hearing, said that he's only ever seen two lines like this today and the last UAP hearing. So this is not typical at all of any hearing that ever happens in the halls of Congress. Now, my spot is right here, so I should be able to get in right there next to Bob Sal's. Yes, I did pass Danny Sheehan back there as well. He's got a good spot. You don't have to worry about Danny Sheehan. He's going to get in.
Guys,
Still going. Like I said, the reporter I spoke to who was here last year for the first hearing said that this never happens. The only other time was the first UAP hearing. This line has grown exponentially since the last time I walked down here about an hour ago. So this is actually pretty wild for me to see. I hadn't even been down here in a little while myself. I did not know it was this long. This is crazy. It took me a minute to walk through here.
So that's interesting, right? Why do you guys think that line is so long? I'll tell you why. Because the UFO topic, or UAP as it's now being branded, doesn't get that much attention. right? There's not many places for it to go. So when something pops up like this, all the energy is bottlenecked, right? If they were having hearings every month, these lines would not be that long. But because they happen, like, honestly, some of them, right? It's been 16 months since the last one, and before that, having a significant one was decades, right? I mean, there've been some in the Senate, but a little bit different. So that's why there's all this excitement for this, which I agree. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's see what happens. I literally am. I got like goosebumps. I feel like a static energy on my body. To be honest with you as well, which is, interesting. I didn't expect that, if I'm being honest. Because I'm not gonna lie, I've been a little down in the dumps a little about this topic, and in particular this hearing. But yeah, I have to admit, I'm ready. I'm ready, baby. I'm ready for this. All right, look, I got a little piece here from News Nation that I'm going to share. Again, the hearing is starting in 18 minutes officially. So we will immediately go to that when that happens. So this is just pregame, y'all. We're pre-gaming it. In fact, before I start here, my gosh, I have to show this, y'all. $50 super chat from Jesse James Bell. Thank you so much, Jesse. He says, Patrick, I'm a former United States Air Force crash rescue fireman, 69, U.S. Naval Aviation, can ID 99% of aircraft flying from 69 to 93. My squadron was in the movie Top Gun. Oh, shit. We got Iceman in the house, y'all. I worked there 95 to 97. That's not Sea View. Go back to the sub on Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. All right. Thank you so much, Jesse. Really appreciate you. And thank you for your service. Happy belated Veterans Day, brother. Thank you so much for joining. And thank you so much for being a great supporter of the channel. This is Brian Shirley, threw out a super sticker. Thank you so much, Brian. Very much appreciated. And Daniel Clancy is a YouTube member. What, Daniel? What the? Look at that. Even our mods become members, y'all. Look, if you want to become a YouTube member of this channel, the link is in the description. Go check it out. All right, that's enough of me. I don't like promoting stuff like that. People say, Patrick, promote your merch, promote your stuff. I feel weird doing that. It's like, if you want it, go get it. I feel weird. Anyway, let's play this. Let's play this News Nation clip here. And if the guy on the right here, he has covered the topic extensively on News Nation. Really like this guy. Joe Cahill, I think is his name. I could be wrong.
Joining me now, I have Nick Pope, who investigated UFOs for the UK Ministry of Defense. Nick, welcome back to the show. Big hearing today. I feel like this is your Super Bowl, right? You live for these kind of moments. What are you hoping for, Nick?
Yes, absolutely, Marky. Very exciting day. Very psyched for this. I think we're going to learn a lot. I don't think we're not going to get a smoking gun here, but we are going to get information that I think will shock Congress and will shock the public, and rightly so. As Joe said, this is absolutely a defense and national security issue, and we know from the written statements that these witnesses have already submitted to Congress that they're going to talk quite openly about, quote, non-human intelligence, unquote, and an associated disinformation campaign to keep this from Congress and the public.
Mm-hmm. So you don't think we're going to learn anything that's going to just blow the lid right off this story?
I don't think so. And the reason for that, of course, is this is an open public hearing. And of course, when News Nation first covered the story of David Grush, the whistleblower who came forward last year, it was noticeable when he testified that just as you got tantalizingly close to some of the really sensitive bits, he fell back on the statement that he could only really discuss certain things in a secure, compartmented information facility. In other words, a secure room. So, but that in itself tells you that you're getting close. So watch for those no comments in particular.
Yeah, and I want to talk about, 3 of the 4 witnesses who are testifying today in front of Congress. They've shared their accounts here on News Nation, confirming their claims that UAPs do in fact exist. Nick, take a quick listen, and I'll talk to you on the other side.
You must appreciate people watching this, hearing you talking about aliens, recovered craft, recovered bodies. It sounds crazy.
Well, as I've said before, I'm not saying it doesn't sound crazy. What I'm saying is it's real.
The American public has a right to know the new nature of reality we know, and that the Defense Department and the intelligence community has realized and has evidence of. That's not fair to the American public.
It's up to journalists like you and me and these brave whistleblowers to in the public to demand that Congress act and do its job.
Yeah, so Nick, there's been a common theme here, and that is that the American public deserves answers. What's it going to take for that to finally happen?
Well, I think it's going to take Congress keeping the pressure on this. But also, of course, the important thing is now with a second Trump term coming up, and with President Trump having said that he will disclose information, for example, that's been held back on the JFK files. And he was also asked about information on UAP. And so early in his second term, I think the president might join the fray, and that would really push it over the line, because then it becomes an order from the commander-in-chief to declassify and release this to the public.
Yeah, well, you stole my last question, Nick, and that was, are you getting any signals that soon to be, again, President Trump will peel back the curtain in any sort of new kind of way? Nick Pope, I know you'll be watching. We'll debrief with you soon on what we get. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Look at that. Nick throwing in his thoughts into the ring. Really appreciate it, Nick. I have interviewed Nick Pope on Vetted before. It was actually the very first interview I ever did before I even launched the channel. It's the very first video we ever posted. So if you want to go back in time to Vetted and watch that interview, it's really cool. Should find it on the channel, or just search Vetted and Nick Pope. Anyway, I got one more video to share here in just a second. I want to give a shout out here to Pablo became a YouTube member. Martin Sampson became a YouTube member. Welcome, y'all. And I want to thank Sergey Cardo. Am I saying that right? From Canada. Nice super sticker. Thank you so much. Jesse James with another super chat. I bet many podcasters wish they thought of the name Vetted. Good job for locking down that name, Patrick. There's definitely a story behind that name for sure. But I also get a lot of oh, you didn't vet that, Patrick. Like, I also set myself up for being made fun of for that name, which fair game. It's all fair game, yo. UFO Currents. This is an interesting comment. Patrick, in 2010, I wrote about Immaculate Constellation and UFO Highway, and again in 2023 for UFO Highway 2.0. What? Would love to get those links, man. If you could share those with me, I would love to see that. That is very interesting. Last night, Colonel John B. Alexander posted on my Facebook, "Shite is afoot." Very interesting. That is very interesting, UFO Currents. Yeah, let me know about that. Send me that. Lee Ron became a YouTube member. Thank you so much. All right, guys, we are 10 minutes away. 10 minutos. That's, I can only say it in those two languages, y'all. My bad. Wait, maybe I can say it in French too. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What is it? Do, I don't know what 10 is. Do, I can't remember. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I don't know. We got Ashton Forbes in the house. Welcome, Ashton. Thank you so much, ma'am. Jumping in here, baby. We are going to do this. So excited for everyone watching. Thank y'all so much. I hope I'm not missing anybody. No. Okay, look, I got one more video that I'm going to share here real quick. Okay. Oh, I'm checking the link. Okay, yeah, they got some stuff going. I'm gonna change to that very shortly here. All right, one more quick video, and then we'll just hang out till it starts here. All right, bring this up. Bada bing, a bada boom. Just be prepared for a lot of Patrickisms today. Okay? Okay.
Capitol Hill, where a highly anticipated congressional hearing is set for today on a topic that's moved from the fringes to the mainstream. Unidentified aerial phenomena, or UAPs, better known to most of us as UFOs. You've got government officials, military experts, and even some whistleblowers who are expected to testify, including 3 who first broke their stories exclusively to us here at News Nation over the course of the last year. News Nation's Joe Khalil is in Washington with the latest ahead of today. Joe, good morning to you. What are you expecting from this hearing, and what kind of testimony are we about to get?
What we're expecting, Markey, is sort of building on the hearing that happened last year, focused on this very topic, on this UAP issue. And you're seeing more and more members of Congress consider this a serious issue that's a national security topic. Last year, we heard for the first time people who were under oath, former military officials, saying that they feel the government is aware of technology that is not of human origin. That really shook a lot of people. If you haven't heard that claim before, that is an absolutely bombshell claim to make under oath in front of Congress. And we're going to hear similar things later on today. The Pentagon still maintains they are not aware of this, that they say they have not experienced any technology they consider to be non-human. But today, we've obtained parts of the opening statement for Lou Elizondo, one of the key witnesses today. He, at one time, was the director of the Pentagon's program called Advanced Aerospace Threat ID Program, or ATIP. It was the Pentagon's research arm that focused on UAPs, or UFOs. This is what Elizondo is going to say later this morning here. Quote, "Let me be clear, UAP are real, advanced technologies not made by our government or any other government, are monitoring sensitive military installations around the globe. Furthermore, the U.S. is in possession of UAP technologies, as are some of our adversaries." Another witness today, Tim Gallaudet, who at one time, he's a former Rear Admiral in the Navy, at one time was acting director of NOAA, National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration. He's going to say in part, "We know from last year's hearing and recent statements, publications by credible whistleblowers, that UAP, non-human intelligence, represent a new realization that we're not the only advanced intelligence in the universe." Again, Marnie, these statements certainly are going to shake people, but that is what we will hear today. And again, we mentioned Congress taking this issue seriously as something that national defense needs to really be accountable for.
Yeah, we're eager to see what is shared today. Joe Khalil, thank you so much. Joining me.
I am muted. Okay, I said Joe Khalil. I said that guy's name wrong before. As you saw before on the screen, Ashton Forbes will be doing a space later on X if you want to go join him and see what he has to say about the hearing, and maybe any mention of advanced technologies and that sort of thing. That should be exciting. Hang on here. Jesse James, Patrick, I hear you in Dallas. Love to visit you when I come down to visit my 2 sisters. I appreciate that, but I do not meet in person. No offense meant. John, I just want to know if you like pineapple on pizza. I can. If it's good, I don't know, Yeah, sure. I can do that. I'm not opposed to that. Andrew Stacy, super sticker. Thank you so much. Brian Shirley with another super sticker. Wow, Brian, thank you so much, man. That's very much appreciated. Thank you so much, brother. Eki McPhee says, I have a feeling this is just smoke and mirrors again, Patrick. God bless Vetters. Well, we'll find out in T-minus 4 minutes, y'all. 4 minutes. We have been waiting 16 months since the last hearing with David Grush, Ryan Graves, and David Fravor, right? It has been a long time coming. It was supposed to happen in September, got pushed back to November, and here we are, literally 4 minutes and counting away from this, what some might say, monumental hearing. The impact it will have will be very hard to quantify, to be honest with you. So look, in my opinion, and do what you want, but don't be influenced by what other people are saying or that, whatever you want. Right? If you're excited about this, be excited about it. Don't let anyone, take away that feeling. But at the same time, if someone isn't feeling that excited, they also can feel that way. Right. That's okay. It's we all have our own expectations for what we expect out of this hearing, right? And what we'd like to hear, who we'd like to hear from, what things we'd like to, be said under oath and vice versa. But one thing is for certain, there will be a lot of discussion about it. And at the end of the day, at bare minimum, that is a huge positive, right? It creates discussion. We can talk about it more openly. That is still a net benefit. Okay, that is net positive, regardless of what happens at this hearing, in my opinion. So, can focus on that. Oh man, okay. Caleb, thank you for becoming a YouTube member, man. Welcome aboard. Monkey Boy says, I've been looking forward to this. I hope we get something big. Absolutely, Monkey Boy. Me too, man. I hope so as well, brother. CR sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much, CR. Very much appreciated. All right, guys. Yep, 2 minutes. I'm checking the, you know what? Why don't I just do this so we don't miss nada? Here we go, y'all. They are doing a sound check. I just heard it. I heard a sound check. I swear. We'll begin shortly. You can see the countdown there, guys. 1.5 minutes. Here we go, y'all. We are ready. Yeah, I'm excited. I don't know why. I feel like, I played a band for a while, or it's kind of like those nerves right before you get on stage, and I'm not even testifying today, y'all. You know what I mean? I'm not testifying. I'm not doing nothing. But I am excited. It's like, again, back in restaurant days, right? We're about to open up, baby. We're about to go. Let's go. Let's go. Energy high. Let's get at this. Again, typically how this is going to work, right? You're going to have members of Congress who are leading this, Grothman, Mace, some other people give some statements. Then it'll go to the witnesses, I believe, and then opening up for questions. Now, that order the first two could get switched around. But typically that's how it's going to go. How long is this going to last? My guess, if we're basing it off the last one in the House, right, again, with Grush and them, it was about 2.5 hours, just under 2.5 hours. So it's probably a good reference point about how long this hearing is going to be. Andre Wright, thank you, brother. No place rather be than here with y'all. I agree, Andre. Me too, man. I'm so glad you're here. And thank you, everyone, who has joined. All right. We have gone 10 seconds past the time, but let's bear with them, y'all. It's a lot to go on, a lot to make happen. So I'm sure they will get started shortly. I mean, I'm late for my live streams by a couple minutes. All right. So let's give the House Oversight Committee a few minutes grace as well. And just remember, y'all, if you're in the live chat, we got a lot of mods. They do a great job. We do believe in freedom of speech. The only thing we will time you out or ban you for generally is I mean, unless it's just a vile comment, that's gone. But for the most part, just being disruptive. Okay, have any opinion you want, but just don't start spamming that. And just be very respectful of the mods, please. They work really hard, and it's not an easy job, I promise you. And some of them are mods on other channels, so they're having to moderate on other channels as well, all at the same time. Again, a lot of people are live streaming this, y'all. And again, I want to give another shout out to Brian Shirley for this super chat and the other one. Thank you so much, Brian. Very much appreciated. Yeah, I wish I could do this show for free, but I can't. Unfortunately, this is my full-time job, so I have to make money off of this. Just being honest. Yes, friendly reminder, y'all rock. You guys rock. Love this channel. We are on the same team, the truth team. Exactly. We're on the same team, y'all. You can have any opinion you want. Let's just be respectful, hang out, talk about this, and see what happens. We got Dr. Dan in the house. Here we go. Dr. Dan. Special shout out to Dr. Dan, man. What a great dude. And shout out to Todd, who runs our helps run our open mic sessions after each video on our Discord. If you want to become a member, it's free to join. And every day after the vetted video premieres, we typically hold an open mic session and just chat, just talk, have fun. It's great. All right, guys, we're almost there. Again, let's give them a few minutes. Gem Girl gifted 1 vetted membership. Thank you so much, Gem Girl. That was super, super kind of you to do that. Jeff Zapp with the super sticker. Thank you so much, Jeff. Okay, y'all, here we go, baby. Oh, I gotta, hang on, y'all. Saludos desde Guadalajara. Vámonos. Yes, my brother was born in Guadalajara. I have a lot of family there. I was almost born there, but my mom went up to the States and had me. My mom is from Mexico. And so I was born in the States. But a lot of history with Guadalajara. So thank you so much. You know what? I tell you what, guys, this is something I haven't done in a few live streams, but go ahead and let me know in the chat where you're watching from in the world, right? And then pay attention to the chat and see how global this phenomena is, right? How global people are interested in this phenomena. I'm in Texas, right? So let me know in the chat where you guys are at. Look at that. We got Bali, Mississippi, Wisconsin, London, Syracuse, Richmond, Sydney, Australia, Austin, Rochester, New York, Kentucky, Finland, Portsmouth, UK, Alabama, Australia, y'all, Slovakia, Bangkok, Los Cabos, Canada, Ireland. We got Dublin, baby, in the house. Greece, South Australia, Connecticut, Netherlands. Y'all, that's what I'm talking about. Totally global interest in this phenomena, right? It's not just American interest. That's what I love. California, Croatia, New Orleans, Detroit, South Dakota, Boise, Isle of Wight. I hope I'm saying that right. In the UK, Clinton Township, Michigan, Liechtenstein, Kenya, Spokane, Washington, Maryland, Queens, New York, baby. Queens, Boricua, vámonos. Minneapolis, Johannesburg, Massachusetts. Holy cow, y'all. You see what I'm talking about? Sweden, Romania. Got a couple friends from Romania. Shout out to them. Look at that, y'all. Just everywhere, baby. Portugal, Wales, India, Las Vegas, Vancouver. I mean, is there a place we are not, someone is not watching from? Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Flix Flux. Say that 10 times fast. Gifted 1 vetted membership. Thank you so much, Flix Flux. All right, guys, we are 5 minutes past the time, but bear with them. Sure, they're going to get this going shortly. Jesse James with another super chat. Thanks, Jesse. I appreciate you, man. Have you got the Patreon set up? Count me in. Yes, I do have Patreon set up. You can find that in the description, a link in the description. Shout out to all my Patreon members. I saw Leanne in the live stream. Leanne, if you're still watching, shout out to you, girl. One of my favorite Patreon members, Leanne. Dr. Dan with the super sticker. Thank you so much, Dr. Dan. Really appreciate you, man. I've had Dr. Dan on a couple times on the podcast. One in particular that was awesome. He came on with me with Simon Holland as well. That's a great episode. But also, Dr. Dan brought Brandon Fugel. He helped set that interview up for me. He essentially set that up. He deserves all the credit. Brought him to Vetted, had a great conversation with Brandon Fugel from Screamwalker Ranch and Dr. Dan. Great episode. Check that out if you haven't already. And make sure you follow Dr. Dan on X. I recommend that. Larry Frankenweiner. Just turned 45 years old. I really shouldn't be laughing at stuff like that, but I guess the old Frankenweiner joke still works. Super sticker. Thanks so much, Larry. Dang it, Larry. Yeah. Yikes. Love it. Yeah, guys, really excited about this. Again, like I said, all right, we're 7 minutes past. I'm here. There's nothing else for me to do. Okay, we are set up. I got the live show. As soon as it goes live, boom, it will pop up right here on the screen. And I promise I won't make a lot of noises while it's happening. I'll do my best. So, wow. Chris Smith with the super chat 50. Thank you so much, Chris. You're the man, dude. Oh, here we go, y'all.
Good morning. This joint hearing of the Subcommittee on Cybersecurity, Information Technology, and Government Innovation and the Subcommittee on National Security, the Border, and Foreign Affairs will come to order. Good morning and welcome, everyone. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time, and I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement right now. Good morning and welcome to today's historic hearing, which I'm co-chairing with Mr. Grothman, whose subcommittee held an important hearing on this topic last year. I want to thank my colleagues on the Oversight Committee, including Mr. Burchett, Mr. Burleson, Ms. Luna, Mr. Moskowitz, Mr. Garcia, for their relentless drive to get answers on UAPs. They've been steadfast in demanding transparency on the sightings reported by military pilots and armed forces. Their commitment to digging for the truth is exactly what this country needs to cut through the secrecy surrounding this issue. And many high-ranking individuals in the military and intelligence communities believe UAPs demand greater attention, and thus the purpose for this hearing today. Former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster said on Bill Maher's program that, quote, there are phenomena that have been witnessed by multiple people that are just inexplicable by the science available to us. Army Colonel Carl Nell, a member of the federal government UAP task force, said at a conference this past May that non-human intelligence exists. Non-human intelligence has been interacting with humanity. This interaction is not new, and it's been ongoing, and there are unelected people in the government that are aware of that. But UAPs remain a controversial topic. I'm not going to name names, but there are certain individuals who didn't want this hearing to happen because they feared what might be disclosed. But we stood firm. No amount of outside pressure would ever keep me from pursuing a subject to ground, come hell or high water. On that score, I want to thank our witnesses for being here. We have before us a panel of individuals accomplished in the military, in civilian government, in science, and in journalism. Some of the testimony you will hear them deliver today does not reflect well on influential individuals and agencies within the U.S. federal government and perhaps some of our contractors. It's never easy to present such information publicly. So I appreciate our witnesses voluntarily agreeing to being here today. This hearing is intended to help Congress and the American people to learn the extent of the programs and activities our government has engaged in with respect to UAPs and what knowledge it has yielded. This includes, of course, any knowledge of extraterrestrial life or technology of non-human origin. If government-funded research on UAPs has not yielded any useful knowledge, we also need to know those facts. Taxpayers deserve to know how much has it been invested, how much has been spent. They shouldn't be kept in the dark to spare the Pentagon a little bit of embarrassment. The reality is, despite their enormous taxpayer-funded budgets, the transparency of the Defense Department and the intelligence community have long been abysmal. The Pentagon has failed 6 consecutive audits. In fact, it's never actually passed one. Adding to this is a runaway overclassification of documents and materials, a reluctance to declassify materials when appropriate, and at times an outright refusal to share critical information with Congress. In short, it's not a track record that instills trust. So Congress has tried in recent years to lift the veil and find out if information about UAPs is being withheld, not only from the American public, but also from their elected representatives in Congress. Part of the transparency effort was legislation created in the Pentagon, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, but the new office is struggling to get its footing. A recent statutorily required report from AARO, intended to illuminate the government's historic assessment of UAPs, was heavily criticized by those seeking UAP transparency. The report has stoked suspicions AARO is unable, or perhaps unwilling, to bring forward the truth about the government's activities concerning UAPs. I'm disturbed that AARO itself lacks transparency. Even its budget is kept from the public. So if there is no there, then why are we spending money on it, and by how much? Why the secrecy if it's really no big deal and there's nothing there? Why hide it from the American people? Because I'm not a mathematician, but I can tell you that doesn't add up. I expect some of our witnesses to share their views on that AARO report. We will also hear from the witnesses today allegations of UAP-related misinformation and disinformation by government officials, of which they are personally aware and directly experienced. And we will hear testimony today concerning recent revelations about a purportedly secret UAP program whose existence and findings may have been improperly withheld from Congress. But before we get to the witnesses, we're going to have a few more opening statements from our colleagues. And one thing I wanted to add at the end of my closing statement is there is a document that will be entered into the congressional record today. Mr. Tim Burchett from Tennessee has this document, and we just distributed it to every member up here on the dais of this document. But this is going to be the original document from the Pentagon about Immaculate Constellation that Michael Schellenberger delivered to Congress today. So thank you, Mr. Schellenberger, for this information. We are all reading it in real time now, and Mr. Burchett will enter it into the record. But 12 pages about this unacknowledged special access program that your government says does not exist. So with that, I would acknowledge my colleagues, Mr. Garcia. I want to say, first of all, to Mr. Connolly, who cannot be here today, the ranking member on my subcommittee on cybersecurity, I want to say that I was greatly saddened to hear about the recent news of Mr. Connolly's cancer diagnosis. And I want to convey to him and to all of our colleagues, we wish our very best to you and a full and speedy recovery. And with that, I would acknowledge Mr. Garcia for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairwoman. And I want to thank the Chairwoman and the Chairman both for their continued support and really treating this this discussion and these hearings in a way that's bipartisan. I think one thing that's very important for all of us that are interested in the conversation around UAPs is that this is an area that both Republicans and Democrats, where we may disagree in a lot of other spaces, this is an area where bipartisanship is really important. And in fact, I would add it's critical that we all continue to work together in a way that moves forward with the truth and important disclosure. So we're here to have a bipartisan and serious conversation I believe, about our national security. We should always ground these conversations in facts, evidence, and the data in front of us. I want to note that we have our witnesses here. I want to thank you all for being here, and note that also amongst you have folks that have also served us in our military. And I know that for many of you, this has been a difficult process, but I'm very grateful to have you with us today, and thank you for joining us. I also want to note that today's hearing builds on a quite, I think, also historic public hearing that we had many months ago that Mr. Grothman and others helped lead in this very same hearing room, where I believe we began a really important public conversation about UAPs. And so I want to thank him for that, and I especially want to thank Chairwoman Mace for her continued advocacy on this topic. I also want to start with some facts. We know that there are objects or phenomena observed in our airspace, as your witnesses will testify, and also possibly in our oceans. In many cases, we don't know what they are, and this is, of course, why we're discussing UAPs. Now, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO, has reported hundreds of UAPs that remain, quote, uncharacterized and unattributed, and which, quote, appear to have demonstrated unusual flight characteristics or performance capabilities and require further analysis. This is our own AARO office. Now, we shouldn't prejudge what they might be. I'm certainly not going to. We need evidence. But what we are detecting things, and we know that we don't understand them, and this is worth investigating. Now, the American people have legitimate questions, and I believe it's critical that Congress should help address them. This is about the truth and science and facts. Now, transparency and faith in our institutions is vital in a good democracy. Now, I'm proud to say that this hearing will build on that important bipartisan work, and I want to thank everyone for being involved, including members of our committee. Now, in our last hearing in July, we heard testimony that a significant number of pilots of major airlines have witnessed UAPs as well, but have no real confidential way of reporting them to the government. We heard that commercial pilots who encounter UAPs may be hesitant to speak openly due to stigma or fear of retaliation. We also know that AARO has reported that, and I want to quote, that most reports still reflect a bias towards restricted military airspace, a result of reporting from military personnel and sensors present in such areas. And so the lack of ability for civilian pilots raises real safety concerns and limits our ability to understand UAPs. This is a particular piece of this conversation that I am very interested in. Now, our last hearing inspired us to introduce the Safe Airspace for Americans Act, joined by Chairman Grothman, Chairwoman Mace, and a bipartisan group of co-sponsors. I see some of our leaders from Safe Airspace for Americans Act here, and that would create a safe reporting for UAP process, which we want to continue to do. Now, members of both parties and senior officials in multiple administrations have now taken an interest in this issue. Mainstream media, in many cases, are beginning to take more of an interest in this issue, and we should all be proud to carry that work and build confidence for the American people. I believe we can always be more transparent. To me, this hearing and others are simply about the truth and getting to the facts of what these UAPs actually are. It's very important that we show that Democrats and Republicans in Congress can work together to cut through misinformation and look for a serious and thoughtful way to have the discussion in public. Many of us have also called for additional public hearings to discuss UAPs. This should be a topic that continues on throughout the Congress so that we can gather more information, data, and work with the relevant agencies to gather more information. Finally, just want to add that those that are here on this dais, many of us have participated also in classified briefings as well, and where we have also gained a lot of important, I think, and interesting information, at least I personally have. And so with that information, we want to continue today's hearing, and I thank all of our witnesses for being here. And with that, I'd like to yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. And I'd now like to recognize Mr. Grothman for a 5-minute introduction.
Thank you. Good morning. I'd like to thank our witnesses for being here one more time. This is a topic I've been interested in since 8th grade. I'd like to thank Ms. Mace for working with me on this topic and for making this a joint subcommittee hearing. Last year, the Subcommittee on National Security, the Border and Foreign Affairs held an historic hearing to understand the potential national security risk of unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAPs. We heard from former Navy Commander David Fravor, who shared firsthand experience with a UAP engaged while on duty in the Pacific. We learned from David Gresh, a former member of the intelligence community, who revealed the supposed existence of secret government programs hidden from congressional oversight. Additionally, former military pilot Ryan Graves informed us of the limited ways in which the military and commercial pilots can report UAP sightings. Since that last hearings, I've led several briefings with government agencies to deepen my understanding of these issues. First, the Department of Defense Inspector General's Office informed us that the Department of Defense does not have a streamlined process for service members to report UAP activity. Since then, the Joint Chiefs have implemented standards for UAP reporting across the services. The Intelligence Community Inspector General informed us that whistleblowers often fear retaliation for reporting mismanagement of highly sensitive government projects or information. Finally, AARO has expressed to the committee that, like any other federal government agency, it's faced challenges in its establishment, specifically in hiring staff to manage UAP historical records and coordinating with other federal agencies. Well, these agencies have been helpful to us in understanding the challenges that come from collecting UAP data. None of them have been able to substantiate the claims made at this hearing last year by David Grush. Despite our committee members endlessly questioning these agencies inside and outside of a SCIF. I hope our witnesses today will be able to provide evidence and content that is worthwhile to our pursuits of eliminating government waste and increasing transparency. To help alleviate some of the roadblocks, I'm supportive of measures that were included in last year's National Defense Authorization Act to increase transparency and improve record-keeping measures when it comes to UAPs. But I believe there's still more work to go. I co-led the Safe Airspace for Americans Act with Ranking Member Garcia, which requires the Federal Aviation Administration to develop procedures to collect UAP data from civilian aviators. I look forward to working with members of Congress to see that this legislation and other UAP legislation crosses the finish line. I'm deeply alarmed by the reporting of the massive drone swarm that flew over Langley Air Force Base in Virginia last December. Langley is the home of the 1st Fighter Wing, which maintains half of the F-22s in the U.S. Air Force inventory. Reports of this incident indicate these drones were roughly 20 feet long, flying more than 100 miles an hour at an altitude of over 3,000 feet. Yet the origin of these drones and their operators remains a mystery. This incident and other sightings near sensitive military installations highlights the complexity of the UAP challenge facing our intelligence, defense, and homeland security committees. Whether these phenomena are the result of foreign adversaries developing advanced technologies or something else entirely, we must take them seriously, investigate them thoroughly, and assess their implications on national defense. The repeated UAP sightings around sensitive military sites underscores the need for innovative defensive strategies beyond traditional measures. They also highlight the urgent need for updated policies to address emerging threats, as well as more effective interagency cooperation and intelligence sharing. However, none of this is going to be possible without transparency. For far too long, critical information about UAPs has been either classified or ignored, leaving the American public and key congressmen without clarity needed to make informed decisions. Declassifying reports and fostering a more open dialogue about UAPs will not only increase the public trust, but also encourage collaboration between government, the scientific community, and our allies. Quite frankly, there's been things that have been kept secret that is, I think, old enough that there is no reason it shouldn't be released, regardless of any so-called, private information. A transparent approach will allow us to share insights, identify patterns, and develop new strategic defenses. As we continue to investigate these phenomena, we must do so with a mindset of protecting our country, advancing scientific discovery, and upholding the trust of the American people, who right now I don't think have trust. And it's just obvious. I don't have trust. We cannot shy away from the unknown, especially when the stakes are so high. I look forward to discussing these matters with the witnesses today. I'm hopeful we can learn from the testimony and come out of this hearing with actionable ideas to advance UAP transparency. Actually, the idea is just to say, in my mind, go back 15 years and everything has to be released. I'm hopeful that we can learn from their testimony and come out of this hearing. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Moskowitz for a 5-minute introduction.
Thank you.
We're almost to the
Chairwoman. Good
witnesses,
morning,
guys.
everyone. I first want to thank the chairs and ranking members for holding the hearing today on this topic and again having a second hearing. I want to thank the witnesses for coming forward today to share your expertise on UAPs and the need to build trust through transparency. But first, I want to mention, you might be wondering why Chairman Comer has allowed me to be a ranking member today, but it's really only because our dear friend Jerry Connolly is not here. As Chairwoman Mace mentioned, he was diagnosed with esophageal cancer, and all of us on this committee know Jerry, and he's a fighter, and we're praying for him and hoping for his speedy recovery. So today's hearing marks this committee's second meeting dedicated to UAP transparency. I was pleased, as I know all of us are, on the bipartisanship that existed in last year's hearing, and even though we can't talk about what happens in the classified settings, the bipartisanship that has existed in those settings with the questions members have asked. Last year's hearing was a great example of open dialogue about UAPs, and we must remain committed to sharing information with the American people. And I think you see that commitment based on the people here and the commitment across the political spectrum. I personally have worked with multiple members of this committee, but I want to particularly thank Congressman Burchett, Mace, Luna, and Garcia for working on bipartisan pieces of legislation. In recent years, Congress has taken numerous bipartisan steps towards greater transparency. In 2022, in the NDAA, we created the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office to investigate unidentified flying objects. Following Aero, along with ODNI, released an unclassified report on UAP sightings. Of the 366 sightings included in the report, 171 remain uncharacterized, with some of these appearing to have demonstrated unusual flight characteristics or performance capabilities. That's a nice way of saying we don't want to tell you what they are. In March, Aero revealed a report on the historical record of U.S. government involvement with UAPs, which covered investigatory efforts going back from 1945 to the present day. Earlier this year, I joined Congressman Burchett to introduce the UAP Transparency Act, which would require the declassification of all documents related to UAPs with many other members of this committee. In fiscal year 2024, the NDAA required the National Archives and Records Administration to establish the Unidentified Anonymous Phenomena Records Collection. This collection will include digital copies of all unidentified UAP records that can be publicly disclosed. This commitment in transparency is vitally important, and unnecessary overclassification has led to a void of information, which has allowed theories over the decades to foster. When the American people and members of Congress ask, are reports of UAPs credible, we're met with stonewalling. We're met with responses of, I can't tell you. And in fact, we're met with people not wanting us to have hearings. We're met with people not wanting us to ask you questions. In fact, many of us were told not to ask some of you certain questions on certain topics. In a time of heightened distrust of our government institutions, I believe more transparency is not only needed, but is possible. And obviously we can respect national security limits, but we also have to provide our constituents with the information and oversight that they have tasked us for. As part of this, government agencies must maintain open lines of communication with members of Congress. And there are regular questions that Americans have. What are UAPs? Are they real? Are they ours? How has this technology been developed? How do they get funded? Right? And now we've seen this has gone from a long time ago where you could discredit people because it's some guy living in a Winnebago. You're able to see people now. These are pilots. These are military. These are folks with serious backgrounds. This has changed the face of this because now we have video. People will have questions. We know there are advanced technology programs. Almost 15 years ago, one of those came out of Area 51 to go after Osama bin Laden. And the only reason we know about that is because one of those helicopters was downed. Americans have questions about whistleblowers who have come forward to talk about retribution. And so I want to thank everyone for being involved today on trying to get more transparency. This has been bipartisan, bicameral, and as we get into a new administration, the president-elect has talked about opportunities to declassify information on UAPs, and I hope he lives up to that promise. And with that, I yield back.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moskowitz. And I would now, committee staff asked me to go ahead and I will do it, to enter into the congressional record this 12-page document that Michael Schellenberger brought today that describes the Immaculate Constellation government program. So we will do that now. Every member up here has a copy of it. The first section talks about the unacknowledged special access program called Immaculate Constellation. And the second section about USG imagery intelligence. And Representative Luna just told me if I say Immaculate Constellation, I'll be on some list, maybe a FISA warrant. So come at me, bro, I guess. But without objection, entered in the record. All right, so next we will introduce our witnesses for today's hearing. Thank you so much for being here. Our first witness is retired Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet, who retired from the U.S. Navy and is now the Chief Executive Officer at Ocean STL Consulting. Our second witness is Mr. Lou Elizondo, a former Department of Defense official and author of a recent bestseller book about UAPs. Our third witness is Mr. Michael Schellenberger, founder of the newsletter Public and author of a recent journalistic piece about special access programs, including one widely identified as Immaculate Constellation. I swear the staff wants me on a list. Okay. And our last witness today is Mr. Michael Gold, a former NASA official who is also a member of the NASA UAP Independent Study Team. Welcome, everyone. We are pleased to have you today. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise your right hands. This is where it gets real. Do you solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. We appreciate all of you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. You guys may be seated. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button in front of you so the microphone is turned on so that everyone in the room, members included, can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes has expired, and we would ask that you please wrap it up. So I will first recognize Rear Admiral Gallaudet to please begin your opening remarks.
Thank you, Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Members Connolly and Garcia, and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today regarding unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAP. Confirmation that UAPs are real came to me in January of 2015 when I was serving as the commander of the Navy Meteorology and Oceanography Command. At the time, my personnel were participating in a pre-deployment naval exercise off the U.S. East Coast. It included the USS Theodore Roosevelt Carrier Strike Group, and this exercise was overseen by the United States Fleet Forces Command, led by a 4-star admiral who at the time was also my superior officer. During this exercise, I received an email on Navy's secure network from the operations officer of U.S. Fleet Forces Command. The email was addressed to all the subordinate commanders, and the subject line read in all capital letters, "Urgent Safety of Flight Issue." The text of the email was brief but alarming, with words to the effect, "If any of you know what these are, tell me ASAP. We are having multiple near mid-air collisions, and if we do not resolve this soon, we are going to have to shut down the exercise." Attached to the email is what is now known as the Go Fast video, captured on the forward-looking infrared sensor of one of the Navy F-A-18 aircraft participating in the exercise. The now declassified video showed an unidentified object exhibiting flight and structural characteristics unlike anything in our arsenal. The implication of the email was clear. The author was asking whether any of the recipients were aware of classified technology demonstrations that could explain these objects. Because the DoD policy is to rigorously deconflict such demonstrations with live exercises, I was confident this was not the case. The very next day, that email disappeared from my account and those of the other recipients without explanation. Moreover, the commander of Fleet Forces Command and the operations officer never discussed the subject. Even during weekly meetings specifically designed to address issues affecting exercises like the one in which the Theodore Roosevelt Strike Group was participating. This lack of follow-up was very concerning to me. As the Navy's chief meteorologist at the time, I was responsible for reducing safety of flight risks. Yet it appeared to me that no one at the flag officer level was addressing the safety risk posed by UAPs. Instead, pilots were left to mitigate these threats on their own without guidance or support. I concluded that the UAP information must have been classified within a special access program managed by an intelligence agency. That is a compartmented program that even senior officials, including myself, were not read into. Last year's UAP hearing before this oversight committee confirmed that UAP-related information is being withheld from senior officials and members of Congress. And just this week, I learned from former DoD official Chris Mellon that satellite imagery of UAP from a few years ago still has not been shared with Congress. Equally concerning, last year's UAP hearing also revealed that elements of the government are engaged in a disinformation campaign to include personal attacks designed to discredit UAP whistleblowers. Having never signed a non-disclosure agreement regarding UAPs, and now as a private citizen, I've become an advocate for greater UAP transparency from the government. The continued overclassification surrounding UAPs has not only hindered our ability to effectively address these phenomena, but has also eroded trust in our institutions. While I applaud previous bipartisan legislation passed by Congress concerning UAPs, a more comprehensive approach is needed to address the broader implication of UAP on public safety and national security, as well as the socioeconomic opportunities that open UAP research could unlock. Therefore, I recommend Congress take the following action, which I believe will receive bipartisan support. First, establish robust oversight of the executive branch's management of UAP information by directing key officials, beginning with the director of the DoD's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, to provide comprehensive briefings on what the government knows about UAP and does not know. Two, enact the provisions of the UAP Disclosure Act that establish a UAP Records Review Board to ensure independent oversight, transparency, and accountability in the government's handling of UAP information. And three, strengthen the UAP Disclosure Act and future reauthorizations with provisions that mandate a whole-of-government approach to addressing UAP. In closing, I will share my personal reasons for speaking out on this topic. First, as a former science agency leader, having led the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, I've always sought the truth in human knowledge and thought. Now that we know UAP are interacting with humanity, and these include unidentified submerged objects in the ocean, we should not turn a blind eye, but instead boldly face this new reality and learn from it. Additionally, at a time when leaders in government leave much to be desired, I feel obligated to show moral leadership on this issue of UAP disclosure by validating the credibility of the courageous men and women who have come out as witnesses and whistleblowers to expose the truth. My speaking out has encouraged others to do the same, and it's my hope over time that a number of your constituents will want to know the truth and about UAP, and this number will increase to such an extent that the congressional action I've just recommended will become inevitable. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I will now recognize Mr. Elizondo for his opening statement.
Greetings, Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Members Connolly and Garcia, and members of the committee. It is my honor and privilege to testify before you on the issue of unidentified anomalous phenomenon, formerly known as UFOs. On behalf of our brave men and women in uniform and across the intelligence community, as well as my fellow Americans who have awaited this day, thank you for your leadership on this important matter. Let me be clear, UAP are real. Advanced technologies not made by our government or any other government are monitoring sensitive military installations around the globe. Furthermore, the U.S. is in possession of UAP technologies, as are some of our adversaries. I believe we are in the midst of a multi-decade secretive arms race, one funded by misallocated taxpayer dollars and hidden from our elected representatives and oversight bodies. For many years, I was entrusted with protecting some of our nation's most sensitive programs. In my last position, I managed a special access program on behalf of the White House and the National Security Council. As such, I appreciate the need to protect certain sensitive intelligence and military information. I consider my oath to protect secrets as sacred, and I will always put the safety of the American people first. With that said, I also understand the consequences of excessive secrecy and stovepiping. Nowhere was this more apparent than in the aftermath of 9/11, which many of us remember all too well. I believe that America's greatness depends on three elements: A, a watchful Congress; B, a responsive executive branch; and C, an informed public. Over the last decade and a half, I learned that certain UAP programs were and are operating without any of these elements. Although much of my government work on the UAP subject still remains classified, excessive secrecy has led to grave misdeeds against loyal civil servants, military personnel, and the public, all to hide the fact that we are not alone in the cosmos. A small cadre within our own government involved in the UAP topic has created a culture of suppression and intimidation that I've personally been victim to, along with many of my former colleagues. This includes unwarranted criminal investigations, harassment, and efforts to destroy one's credibility. Most Americans would be shocked to learn that the Pentagon's very own Public Affairs Office openly employs a professional psychological operations officer as the singular point of contact for any UAP-related inquiries from citizens and the media. This is unacceptable. Many of my former colleagues and I have provided classified testimony to both the Department of Defense and the Intelligence Community Inspector General, and many of us have subsequently been targeted by this cabal with threats to our careers, our security clearances, and even our lives. This is not hyperbole, but a genuine fact, and this is wrong. To fix these problems, I propose 3 principal actions. First, Congress and the President should create a single point of contact responsible for a whole-of-government approach to the UAP issue. Currently, the White House, CIA, NASA, the Pentagon, Department of Energy, and others play a role, but no one seems to be in charge, leading to unchecked power and corruption. Second, we need a national UAP strategy that will promote transparency and help restore the American public's trust at a time when the public's trust is at an all-time low. This strategy should include a whole-of-government approach, including the academic and scientific communities, the private sector, and our international partners and allies. Third, Congress should create a protected environment so whistleblowers desperate to do the right thing can come forward without fear. As it currently stands, these whistleblowers suffer because of stigma, a code of silence, and concerns about retaliation. These whistleblowers should be encouraged to come forward in ways that protect them against any forms of retaliation. Policies and procedures should ensure that protection, and for those who refuse to cooperate, it is up to the members of this committee and the other lawmakers to wield their subpoena power against hostile witnesses and prevent additional government funding to those UAP efforts that remain hidden from congressional oversight. In closing, we as Americans have never been afraid of a challenge. In fact, we thrive on them, whether it's eradicating polio or going to the moon. We don't run from a challenge, we take it head on. To the incoming administration and Congress, I say to you, we need immediate public transparency, and this hearing is an important step on that journey. If we approach the UAP topic in the same way as we as Americans have met other challenges, we can restore our faith in our government institutions. Together, we can usher in a new era of accountable government and scientific discovery. I believe that we as Americans can handle the truth, and I also believe the world deserves the truth. Thank you, esteemed members of Congress, for your time today. It is profoundly appreciated by many.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent for Representatives Ogles of Tennessee and Boebert of Colorado to be waived onto the subcommittee for today's joint subcommittee hearing for the purpose of asking questions. Without objection, so ordered. I would now like to recognize Mr. Schellenberger for his introductory remarks.
Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Member Connolly, Ranking Member Garcia, members of the subcommittees, thank you for inviting my testimony. One of Congress's most important responsibilities is oversight of the executive branch in general and the military and intelligence community in particular. Unfortunately, there is a growing body of evidence that the U.S. government is not being transparent about what it knows about unidentified anomalous phenomena, and that elements within the military and the IC are in violation of their constitutional duty to notify Congress of their operations. President-elect Donald Trump and former President Barack Obama have both said that the government has information about UAPs that it has not released. There are other explanations for UAPs than that they represent a new form of life or non-human life. Current dominant alternative theories, including those put forward by Arrow, are that UAPs are some kind of natural phenomena we don't yet understand, like ball lightning or plasma. They could also be part of some new U.S. or foreign government weapons programs, such as drones, aircraft, balloons, CGI, hoaxes, or birds. Whatever UAPs are, Congress must be informed, as must the people of the United States. We have a right to know what UAPs are, no matter what they are. However, we now have existing and former U.S. government officials who have told Congress that Arrow and the Pentagon have broken the law by not revealing a significant body of information about UAPs, including military intelligence databases that have evidence of their existence as physical craft. One of those individuals is a current or former U.S. government official acting as a UAP whistleblower. This person has written a report. This is the report that says the executive branch has been managing UAP NHI issues without congressional knowledge, oversight, or authorization for some time, quite possibly decades. Furthermore, these individuals have revealed the name of an active and highly secretive DoD unacknowledged special access program, or USAP. The source of that document told me, that the USAP is a strategic intelligence program that is part of the U.S. military family of longstanding, highly sensitive programs dealing with various aspects of the UAP problem. The new UAP whistleblower claims that the U.S. military and IC database includes videos and images taken using infrared, forward-looking infrared, full-motion video, and still photography. The report that was just shared with Congress says Immaculate Constellation serves as a central or parent USAP that consolidates observations of UAPs by both tasked and untasked collection platforms. Immaculate Constellation includes high-quality imagery intelligence and measurement and signature intelligence of UAPs, the whistleblower's report adds. The sources of this intelligence are a blend of directed and incidental collection capabilities, positioned in low Earth orbit, the upper atmosphere, as well as military and civilian aviation altitudes and maritime environments. The report to Congress details in detail various UAPs, including spheres, orbs, disks, saucers, ovals, triangles, boomerang, arrowhead, and irregular organic. The report describes various incidents found in the human intelligence databases. One involved orbs surrounding and forcing an F-22 out of its patrol area. In another incident, the crew of a Navy aircraft carrier watched a small orange-red sphere rapidly descend from a high altitude of 100 to 200 yards directly above the flight deck of the CVN, or aircraft carrier. And since my reporting on this Immaculate Constellation last month, another source came forward who told me that they saw a roughly 13-minute long, high-definition, full-color video of a white orb UAP coming out of the ocean approximately 20 miles off the coast of Kuwait. It was filmed from a helicopter. Then halfway through the video, the person said the orb is joined by another orb that briefly comes into the frame from the left before rapidly moving again out of the frame. The person discovered the video on SIPR, the Secure Internet Protocol Router Network, which the DoD uses to transmit classified information. A leading UAP researcher who utilizes the Freedom of Information Act to find out what the government knows, John Greenwald, told me last year that the U.S. government had been increasingly denying his requests for UAP information. He has been doing FOIA requests for 27 years and has an archive of 3 million pages. The government has for decades denied any interest in UFOs, he told me, but the documents that he has assembled show that behind the scenes, it was a completely different story. Contrary to the hopes of many advocates of transparency, the government has been restricting more information since the leak of 3 UAP videos in 2017. The DoD organization Arrow has been labeling many documents with a B7 exemption, which Greenwald says does not make any sense. They're stating that anything Arrow does is involved in law enforcement investigation, which allows Arrow to not release it. Greenwald says that the DoD has denied the existence of a UAP and ATIP-related records on multiple occasions, only to acknowledge them after an appeal was filed. He added that the Naval Air Systems Command in March 2022 stated they found no additional UAP videos. It seemed strange that they had 3 and only those 3, but other requests had been filed by the Black Vault, that's John Greenwald's group, to seek out more places UAPs might be hiding. Then in September 2022, the Navy admitted that the UAP-related videos and photographs existed, but denied the request in full for their release, saying that the requested videos contain sensitive information that are classified and exempt from disclosure. The DoD will deny things on a Monday and then admit to it on a Friday, said Greenwald. He said the government can and does release videos that protect secret methods of capturing it. They fall back on the sensitive platform excuse a lot, he said. However, the on-screen information can be blurred and scrubbed. The metadata can be removed. I'll show you this example here. This is a presentation from the UATP task force. This is completely absurd. It's nuts, this level of censorship, of redaction on a document. It shows the redaction of how many reports they've collected, for how many years. 2 of the 3 potential explanations are blacked out. The Pentagon, the intelligence community is treating us like children. It's time for us to know the truth about this. I think that we can handle it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would now like to recognize Mr. Gold for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Members Connolly and Garcia, Representative Moskowitz, and distinguished members of both subcommittees. I'm grateful to all of you, as well as your intrepid staff, for the opportunity to testify, and would like to begin by discussing courage. Courage is what it takes to tackle this topic, and courage in the face of adversity is what I see in front of me, beside me, and behind me. Per my introduction, I am currently the Chief Growth Officer at Redwire Space and have had several leadership positions at NASA. That being said, I want to be clear that I am speaking exclusively on my own behalf and not for Redwire, NASA, or any other organization. However, I am here today to speak out for science. Science requires data, which should be collected without bias or prejudice. Yet, whenever the topic of UAP arises, those who wish to explore the phenomena are often confronted with resistance and ridicule. For example, members of the NASA UAP independent study team, particularly those in academia, were mocked and even threatened for simply having the temerity to engage in the study of UAP. Our best tool for unlocking the mystery of UAP is science, but we cannot conduct a proper inquiry if the stigma is so overwhelming that just daring to be part of a NASA research team elicits such a vitriolic response. Therefore, one of the most important actions that can be taken relative to exposing the truth of UAP is to combat the stigma. And this is where I believe that NASA can be eminently helpful. The NASA brand is synonymous with hope, optimism, and credibility. If you were to take a walk down the National Mall, you would immediately see the NASA logo on t-shirts, hats, and bumper stickers. Few federal agencies enjoy this kind of popularity. I've never seen anyone wearing an Office of Personnel Management t-shirt, which is why NASA could play such an influential role. Specifically, NASA could, with relatively little cost and effort, host symposia on UAP, or even just participate in existing panels examining the topic. NASA personnel stepping forward and participating in such discussions would make a powerful statement to the scientific community that UAP should be taken seriously and researched accordingly. In regard to research, NASA has vast archives, much of which may contain important UAP data. Again, for relatively little cost and effort, NASA could create an AI or ML algorithm that could search the agency's archives for anomalous phenomena. I suspect that such an effort would not only result in information that will help us to understand UAP, but could result in data that will assist in other areas of scientific inquiry, such as anomalous weather or meteorite activity. Beyond its existing archives, NASA could act as a clearinghouse for civilian and commercial UAP data. During my work on the UAP independent study team, it quickly became evident that there is no clear or well-publicized process for civilian pilots to report UAP sightings. The stigma associated with UAP hampers the number of pilots that would report such phenomena, but even for those who overcome the stigma, I believe the current FAA guidance is largely unknown and poorly understood. In order to effectively collect UAP data, the independent study team recommended the use of NASA's Aviation Safety Reporting System, or ASRS. This system, which is administered by NASA and funded by the FAA, provides a confidential means for the reporting of safety violations in a voluntary and non-punitive manner. Over 47 years, the ASRS has collected nearly 2 million reports. ASRS is the perfect tool to collect UAP data, which could then be collated by NASA and shared with the public at large. Leveraging ASRS could create a treasure trove of UAP data, potentially hundreds of thousands of reports, supporting this hearing's goal of exposing the truth. And I'm grateful to our two co-chairs and other members who have already incorporated this idea into proposed legislation. At this hearing, and as others have demonstrated, the UAP issue is justifiably dominated by national security and defense. However, I would urge the subcommittees to keep in mind the numerous ways that NASA and the FAA, as well as commercial activities in the air, in space, and in the water, can generate a massive amount of invaluable data on anomalous phenomena. I cannot help but be excited by the potential for such an endeavor, since scientific discovery is driven by anomalies. It's the existence and study of anomalies that led to the theory of relativity, quantum mechanics, and nearly all of humanity's scientific breakthroughs. This is why the study of UAPs should be embraced, since whatever is occurring, the chance to garner new knowledge should never be ignored. We must be thorough in collecting information, fearless in making conclusions, and open to following the data, no matter how mundane or extraordinary the results may be. I began this testimony by praising the Joint Subcommittee members for their courage, and I will end by echoing that sentiment. As the saying goes, the truth is out there. We just need to be bold enough and brave enough to face it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. I will now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. I have a lot of questions and I have a lot of witnesses. So I would just ask if it's yes or no to please just tell me yes or no. If it requires more than that, be very succinct because I would like to go down the line and ask as many questions as possible. So for the Admiral this morning first, former DoD official Chris Mellon reached out to you about satellite imagery from 2017 that depicts a UAP. What were the dates in 2017 when this occurred?
I can't share with you the details, ma'am, but I can do it in a closed setting, and I can also tell you the agency that wrote a report on it.
Okay, so who has the imagery?
I can tell you that in a closed setting.
Can you describe what was depicted in the satellite imagery? Just a description.
It was a UAP, ma'am.
That's it? No other description?
The term that the analysts used, they called it the button. It was a disc-shaped object.
Okay, where was it?
I can't tell you that, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Okay, Mr. Elizondo, you state in your testimony that, quote, advanced technologies not by our government or any other government are monitoring sensitive military installations around the globe, end quote. If these technologies are not made by any government, who's making them? Private companies, or are you implying they are crafted by a non-human intelligence?
Well, ma'am, that's precisely why we're here. The problem is that temporally speaking, over decades, not just the last 10 years, to put this in perspective,
Are these private companies you're implying, or is this non-human intelligence?
it may be both.
Okay.
When it comes to Blue Force Technologies, I would not be able to discuss.
Okay.
That, ma'am,
Are you read into secret UAP crash retrieval programs?
we would have to have a conversation in a closed session, ma'am. I signed documentation 3 years ago that restricts my ability to discuss specifically crash retrievals. I submitted for my book through the DOPSR process, which took a year for it to be reviewed. And what is in the book is what I was told I'm allowed to talk about.
Has the government conducted secret UAP crash retrieval programs? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Were they designed to identify and reverse engineer alien craft? Yes or no?
Yes.
Does the U.S. government have any reverse? Okay, we already answered that question about retrieval programs. Do any U.S. contractors have the same?
I would prefer to address that in a closed session, ma'am.
Okay. In your book, you mentioned government employees who've been injured by UAPs, placed on leave, and receiving government compensation for their injuries. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How can the government deny we have recovered craft if they're paying people because they've been injured by recovered craft?
Ma'am, that's a great question. That's why I think we're here again, because I've seen the documentation by the U.S. government for several of these individuals who have sustained injuries as a result of a UAP incident.
It's a crazy idea, right? The hypocrisy and the logic. Okay, Mr. Schellenberger, I'm going to say it again to be very clear. Immaculate Constellation. What's its mission and how are they funded?
Its mission is to, as I stated, its mission is to, it's an unacknowledged special access program. Its mission is to document UAPs.
Okay, and do you, for your story and your report, do you have more than one credible source?
I do.
Sourcing, okay.
I do.
And then why do you believe your sources to be credible? How do you judge the veracity of the documentation you've been provided about this program?
I checked the sources and they are who they say they are. They are current or former government officials. I wanted to also add that I did not specify that they were Defense Department employees. I didn't specify the agency nor the gender.
Would they have included non-government employees, people that aren't employed by the government?
These are, I'm comfortable saying that these are government or previously government employees.
Any of them currently employed by a private contractor or private contractors?
I'd rather not say.
Okay. What's the key takeaway, just a few seconds, about the Immaculate Constellation document you provided us today?
I think that what the American people need to know is that the U.S. military and intelligence community are sitting on a huge amount of visual and other information, still photos, video photos, other sensor information, and they have for a very long time. And it's not those fuzzy photos and videos that we've been given. There's very clear
high
images,
res,
high resolution.
How many visuals, graphics, videos, photos?
I mean, I've been told hundreds, maybe thousands. I mean, I also wanted to say, because there was some conversation around concern around the revealing of these materials, revealing the source collections, but some of these are shot from helicopters using normal videos of oceans. I just think that's absurd that somehow you're going to be revealing some secret U.S. technology by revealing that you've photographed orbs off the coast of Kuwait.
Okay, thank you. I have 8 seconds. Mr. Gold, did the NASA independent study team get briefed on what you call OSAP? Very quickly.
I flagged the Advanced Aerospace Weapons System Application Program to our chair and our DFO. We did not get briefed, but I believe it is definitely worth looking into. That was probably the largest UAP review effort ever, and I think produced a lot of interest data, including revealing Nimitz. I don't know if my fellow witness Lou might want to, he did yeoman's work on it, might want to comment.
Okay. All right, I'm going to turn to Mr. Moskowitz, who will be recognized for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So
Great
Mr.
job,
Gold,
Mace.
You gave a whole diatribe for a couple of minutes about UAPs, science, data collection, stigma. A lot of non-believers in all of this would just ask a very simple question. Why? Why is it so hard? Right? Like, why are people, anytime they ask, why are they always thwarted? Why are they always judged? Why is they always have misinformation spread? Why is there always retribution? Why is it always met with an ear? What's the why? If it doesn't exist, why is it such a problem?
I think if you go through the history of science, Representative, it is always difficult for breakthroughs and new information, regardless of whether it's UAP or any other kind of discovery. And in science, we're supposed to be open, but when you break with the orthodoxy of what's believed, whether it's Galileo saying that the Earth doesn't rotate or the Earth rotates around the sun or the sun doesn't rotate around the Earth, it's always challenging for new beliefs. And the more extraordinary those discoveries, the more extraordinary those new beliefs, it's very difficult. So I think this is natural. There's natural conservatism that when it comes to science, but this issue in particular has been very difficult where, again, even to attempt to study it becomes problematic. But every hearing like this, every news report, every video, documentaries, I was privileged to be a part of something Dan Fair is putting together. I think many of us have interviewed for it, documentary over 30 different government officials. Every brick in the wall will help get us closer to getting to the truth.
I appreciate that. Mr. Elizondo, did I have that correct?
Sir.
I'm a recovering lawyer, so I'm going to put my hat on for a second. You said you signed a document. Love that. Who gave that to you?
The U.S. government, sir.
Okay, you have a copy of it?
It is stored in a SCIF right now. I do not have possession of it. The U.S. government does.
What department of the U.S. government gave you this document?
I will say the Department of Defense. Unfortunately, I can't say in this forum much more than that.
You specifically said the document said you can't talk about crash retrieval. Well, you know, you can't talk about Fight Club if there's no Fight Club.
Correct.
Okay, I'm just making an observation.
Yes, sir.
So that document that you signed, that you said exists, specifically said you can't talk about crash retrieval.
Correct, sir. It was a limitation on what because already I'd been speaking publicly about the topic. And so the document said you can continue saying X, Y, Z, but you cannot discuss the
When you give me the atmosphere of signing this document. You're in a room by yourself?
I'm in a SCIF with a security officer, sir.
Just one-on-one? Anybody else?
There may have been an assistant as well. It was in a SCIF within a Department of Defense facility.
Give me your background real quick.
My background is I went to school to study microbiology and immunology, entered into the U.S. Army, and after a very short stint in military intelligence, I became a counterintelligence special agent. As a civilian, later on, I became a special agent in charge, running investigations in counterterrorism and counterespionage primarily, with some experience in counterinsurgency and counter-narcotics. And then in 2009 timeframe, when I came back to the Pentagon after a tour with the Director of National Intelligence, I quickly became part of a program that was originally called OSAP that evolved into the program now called ATIP, which is where those videos that we now see, the Go Fast, the Gimbal, the FLIR, that was part of our effort, sir.
Right. So you're not some conspiracy theorist. You actually have a legitimate background.
Well, sir, I'm certainly not a conspiracy theorist. I'm fact-based, just say facts.
So when you're in this room, I want to paint the picture for everybody. You're in this room, you're by yourself, you're in a SCIF, you're handed a document. How long is the document?
It's about a page front and back. So basically you have some things they call trigraphs, which I cannot, again, talk.
How long were you given to sign the document?
As long as I need it, sir.
And what if you didn't sign it?
Well, I suspect there'd be repercussions. I wouldn't have access to certain information.
Were you allowed to ask a lawyer, or weren't allowed to ask for a lawyer to review the document?
It wasn't an option, but they probably wouldn't have allowed me to, because the document itself is pretty explicit about you have to be, wait, putting me in an interest. Let me try to thread the needle here. There are certain documents that we have in the U.S. government that allow people to have access to certain programs, whether it's a special, and I'm going to be very generic here, whether it's a special access program or a controlled access program, SAP, CAP, whatnot.
How many people have to sign that document?
It depends how many people are going to get access to the information, sir.
Okay. Last question. Doctor, real quick, can you tell us about the Omaha incident in greater detail? I've read your background, right? Some people would label you as a member of the deep state, since you worked in government for a long period of time. But can you tell us more about that incident? You've written a lot about that.
I wrote a lot about incidents like it, Congressman, but that specific incident involved the USS Omaha, the littoral combat ship of the U.S. Navy operating off Southern California. I don't remember the exact date. It was within the last decade. And what the watchstanders on the bridge observed was a UAP, again, something that was aloft but had no observable exhaust or control surfaces. So it was something that couldn't be explained. And then they saw it enter the water from the atmosphere and going through the air-sea interface. And so thus exhibiting transmedium travel.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Grothman for 5 minutes of questioning.
Yeah, we'll start with Mr. Gallaudet. During a previous UAP hearing, Navy Commander David Fravor discussed the TikTok object engaged in 2004. You familiar with the incident, the TikTok incident?
Yes, sir.
TikTok, not TikTok.
I'll go, right?
Yes, sir.
It's been said there are more videos, documents, and reports related to this incident. Do you believe the information regarding the TikTok incident should be available to all members of Congress? And in your expertise, what reason would the Department of Defense possibly have for not releasing information that's over 20 years old?
Thank you, Congressman. I don't think there's any good reason to withhold information and important data, especially of national security concern from Congress.
What would they say?
I will speculate, sir, that they don't want to share that kind of information because it reveals weaknesses in our ability to monitor and protect our airspace.
Okay. In your written testimony,
this guy's
you
killing
claimed
me, man.
last year's UAP hearing before this oversight committee confirmed that UAP-related information is, well, it's not only being withheld, but that elements of the government are engaging in a disinformation campaign to include personal attacks designed to discredit UAP whistleblowers. Could you elaborate on that statement a little?
Yes, sir. Earlier this year, I met with the DoD's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, and what I thought would be a 90-minute meeting just to meet with leadership turned out to be an hours-long influence operation on me, where they attempted to convince me of the validity of the very flawed and error-ridden historical records report. In addition, they tried to have me question very valid UAP reports like the Tic Tac incident, and even coming to stating possibly that the Tic Tac was American technology. And then, of course, if you ask David Fravor or Alex Dietrich, the two witnesses, they were convinced it was otherwise. And then, and they also cast discredit on various UAP whistleblowers and witnesses to question their validity and credibility as witnesses.
Okay. We'll go to Mr. Elizondo. Hope I got that right, or not at least
Close
not
enough,
that
sir.
wrong. You're familiar with the recent
What
drone
the hell?
incursion over Langley Air Force Base?
Yes, sir.
The owners of these drones remain unclear. The U.S. military has not been able to give us in Congress an answer. Given your experience with the Department of Defense and the intelligence community, how frequently are UAP sightings over military installations? And secondly, I suppose hypothetically, you could have incursions over just, say, regular airports. Is it obvious these incursions are more likely over military facilities than just a random airport out there?
Yes, sir. There's definitely enough data to suggest that there is certainly some sort of relationship between sensitive U.S. military installations, also some of our nuclear equities, and also some of our Department of Energy sites. There is a long historical record that some of your colleagues may have, documentation that demonstrates this. This is not a new trend. This has been going on for decades, and that information's been obfuscated, unfortunately, from folks like you in this committee. And I think that's problematic because ultimately, at the end of the day, we have a significant situation here. We have something that can enter into U.S. airspace completely with no attribution.
And how long has this been going on?
Sir, decades. And there's information that will hopefully be entered into the
Can you
record.
think of any possible reason why they can't release any information they have on something, say, 15 or 20 years old?
Sir, if I could echo my colleague here, Admiral Gallaudet, I think one of the big issues that we have in the intelligence community and Department of Defense is we don't want to broadcast any potential vulnerabilities or weaknesses in our national defense systems or on intelligence collection platforms. Therefore, when you have a conversation where you address a problem for which there is no solution, it makes that a very uncomfortable conversation to have.
Okay, we'll switch to Mr. Schellenberger. The primary reason you're here today is because you published an article on the news publication that you own called Public, right? Alleging that a new unnamed government whistleblower has come forward asserting that a highly classified program exists dedicated to recovery and reverse engineering of UAP technologies. Can you give us what specific evidence you have or that your source provided you to substantiate the claims about the existence of the Immaculate Constellation program?
Well, you have the report in front of you now, so you can see it for yourself. I checked the report and I did not find it based on existing cases. It was new cases for me. I hadn't found anybody. So that answered for me that it was not obviously circular reporting, which is one of the big concerns in this space. I also had the name of the program confirmed by more than one additional source. So yeah, and then of course I checked to make sure that the source was who they claimed to be.
Okay.
I should also say that when I said before it was this database, it is a much broader program than that. It also includes human intelligence, and then as you mentioned, the retrieval and the reversal.
Any knowledge of what country these things originated in?
No, I have no idea.
Okay.
Okay, I will now recognize Mr. Burchett for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chair Lady. I request unanimous consent to enter into the record documents provided.
Let's go,
to us
Burchett.
regarding legacy UAP programs and psychological operations. Lou Elizondo.
So ordered.
Also wanted to thank my buddy Jeremy Corbell for providing us documents and access to some whistleblowers. Mr. Elizondo, what is your last position with the federal government?
Sir, I was the Director of National Program Special Management Staff managing a White House Special Access Program on behalf of the National Security Council.
How would you characterize UAPs?
An enigma, sir, and a frustration. We're talking about technologies that can outperform anything we have in our inventory. And if this was an adversarial technology, this would be an intelligence failure eclipsing that of 9/11 by an order of magnitude.
Are there classified Department of Defense materials related to UAPs that you believe could be safely disclosed to the public without compromising national security?
Yes, sir, I do. I would never, ever try to endorse providing some sort of information that could compromise what we call a blue force technology or capability. But I do believe there's a lot of information regarding this topic, and I've been very vocal about it, that should be shared not only with the public, but most importantly, with members of Congress.
Are you familiar with my friend David Grush?
Absolutely, sir. I had the privilege and honor of working with him myself several years ago at U.S. Space Force.
Last year, as you know, he testified that the U.S. has run a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Are there UAP programs operating without proper congressional oversight?
100%.
What are they?
Unfortunately, sir, I would have to have that conversation in a closed session.
I know you said that. And a lot of people are frustrated with those kind of answers, but we're asking those kind of questions so you all know what the heck we're up against. You also mentioned in your opening statement that the Pentagon's Public Affairs Office employs a psychological operations officer as the singular point of contact for UAP-related inquiries. Why the heck would they do that?
Sir, that's a great question. I would ask the Pentagon. There's a long history here of that individual providing misleading and false information to the public through various news outlets and media outlets in order to discredit this topic. I've personally been victim to it. We have the documentation to substantiate where this information has been absolutely inaccurate, that has been provided time and time again. And it turns out that that individual was also working with former leadership of Arrow at the time as well.
And we punish them by giving them multi-million dollars more than they ask for every year. Admiral Gallaudet, you mentioned in your opening statement on an email you received from the operations officer of the Fleet Forces Command regarding unknown objects almost colliding with U.S. military planes. Did anyone respond with knowledge of what the objects were?
I received no response, sir.
Did the exercise get canceled?
The exercise did not get canceled.
Why do you think the commander of Fleet Forces operations officer never discussed the incident again?
Sir, I'm speculating because I didn't have an exchange with him, but I believed it to be part of a special access program, the information and the video, which we have known now it was. And he realized he couldn't share that openly with the recipients of the email, and therefore the email was pulled from everybody's account.
Again, tell us what happened to the email from the commander of Fleet Forces.
The day after I received it, and all the other recipients received it, which were all the subordinate commanders of U.S. Fleet Forces, so 1- and 2-star admirals, including strike group commanders, the email was wiped or deleted from our accounts.
Okay.
And then no one talked about it.
All right. Have you specifically had any experience with submersible objects?
Sir, I've no personal experience, but I've had witnesses on submarines come to me and say they've seen on sonar data.
Correct. Okay.
Yeah.
How would
USOs.
how would you characterize those, and how do they move?
The one instance that was revealed to me was in the 80s on a nuclear-powered submarine, a ballistic missile submarine, that the object exhibited the characteristics of a Russian torpedo in terms of its speed of movement and closing rate with the submarine, and then it slowed and followed the submarine slowly in its wake for a period of minutes, and then rapidly exited the scene. And nothing that we know of and technology-wise could replicate that.
And the speed of these objects was faster than anything that we have or anybody else has that would be manned. Is that correct?
It was on the order
Underwater.
of a torpedo. So
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. But as it exited, it did.
Well, I don't
characterize-
exactly know how fast a torpedo is, but I expect it does better than my old outboard Scott Atwater. So I'll take that as a yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you experienced any experience with the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, ARROW?
Yes, Congressman, as I mentioned previously, I have met with them.
Okay. You heard Mr. Elizondo describe psychological operations for those contacting the Department of Defense about UAPs. You mentioned a similar influence operation by ARROW. Why are federal agencies invested in running information operations about UAPs if they do not exist?
Yes, sir. But I'll make a statement on ARROW's behalf. They have new leadership. The office has reached out to me to meet again, and I take that as a good faith effort, and we'll see where that goes.
Thank you, Chair Lady. I've run over. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tennessee. I would now like to recognize Mr. Higgins. You're the king of Tennessee.
Mr.
Higgins,
Tennessee.
you're recognized for 5
Love
minutes
it.
of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Elizondo, Mr. Schellenberger notes in the report that we've been given for this hearing. I believe, Mr. Schellenberger, let me shift you, are the author of this report.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm not the author
Mr.
of.
Schellenberger, were you the author of this report?
No, I was
no
not.
name on it.
No.
Do you know the author?
I do.
You do. And how would you estimate that madam or gentleman, the author?
The person is a current or former U.S. government employee.
And it states here that this is the public version of the author's report.
Yes.
So where might one find the non-public version of the author's report?
I don't know the answer to that.
Would that be with the Department of Defense?
I don't know.
But you do know the author.
I do.
You know what the author's sources were?
The author's sources are described in the report. These databases, the Immaculate Constellation.
Right, but
Program.
you expressed some confidence in the sources.
I would.
Earlier in
I do.
testimony, you expressed confidence. So do you know those sources?
I do.
Are they within the Department of Defense?
I can't say.
You can't say or you won't say?
I won't say.
Okay, why not?
Because I protect my sources, and I think the
But
reason.
you're not naming them. It's a big department, but many of us on my side of the aisle would say it's far too big. So you're talking about the Department of Defense, sources from within the Department of Defense?
I'm not willing to reduce the
Okay.
potential universe of where my sources might be.
Okay, moving on. In this report, Mr. Elizondo, for reference, several types of allegedly alien craft or possibly alien craft or unknown aerial phenomena, what we used to call UFOs, are described. Spheres and orbs, discs and saucers, oval or tic-tac, triangular shape, boomerang and arrowhead, and irregular or organic. Mr. Elizondo, does that summarize to you the types of craft that we're discussing today?
Sir, that is a general morphology, historically speaking, of many
Okay,
UAP.
so those descriptions are very different craft. Is it your assessment that they would come of different origins?
It's possible, but it's also could be in sense a matter of utility. And let me just say for the record, I never read the report that or the article that Mr. Schellenberger put out. The reason
That's
is
a good point. We're just referencing it.
Yes, sir.
For descriptive purposes for the American people. Mr. Schellenberger, in this report, it's striking to me that regarding the descriptions of experiences with these various craft, several of them include biological effects and several do not. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so spheres and orbs, triangular craft, and irregular or organic craft include some descriptions of biological effects, including feelings of unease, electronic device malfunctions, long-term psychological effects such as anxiety or insomnia have been noted, feeling of being watched, a shared awareness with the triangle craft, and under the irregular and organic craft, biological effects include physical sensations of warmth or cold and unexplained smells and psychological distress. So these are very specific descriptions of the reactions of human beings, which allegedly have been noted from a study here, a report. All of those experiences would have been described by the sources that the author used.
I'm not sure I understand. your
This
question.
is a very broad description of biological effects, and it's striking to me that they are present with relation to some types of craft, but
Right.
absent in others. This would require a great deal of research and study. Can you explain that?
My understanding is that this is the database is very large. It includes both the images, the videos, the still images, as well as the human intelligence, the reports, the raw data from individuals having these experiences. So in answer to your question, yeah, I mean, I think we're looking at a very large amount of data collected over many decades.
And that data is held by the Department of Defense?
Well, I will say that after I published, I was told that this program, that the USAP was actually managed by the Department of Defense, but held at the White House.
Roger
But
that.
that's a single source, and I don't have multiple sources to verify that.
Thank you, sir. I did my best to trick an answer out of you, but I was partially successful. Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Frost for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In addition to serving on this committee, the Oversight Committee, I also serve on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, where we often discuss how essential data and evidence are used in science and used at departments such as NASA. During a hearing, NASA Administrator Nelson affirmed the importance of NASA in helping us to understand UAP. Mr. Gold, if the government doesn't have the data it needs on UAP because, say, someone who saw something is concerned about stigma, public backlash, etc., or maybe there's just not good systems in place, how are we supposed to ultimately figure out what's going on?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And let me compliment Administrator Nelson that there wouldn't have been a UAP independent study team if it wasn't for his leadership and courage. We're talking about data and where we can get data from. As I described, NASA has whole archives of data, much of which I believe will likely have information that will help inform UAP. We need only look. And again, in an era with AI and ML, we can relatively quickly and easily go through it. So I think it's something that we should encourage NASA to do. However, per Chairman Grothman's comment about UAP focusing on national security sites, I believe there's something, sir, that you may have heard of called sensor bias. That because we've got more cameras, more monitoring of national security, we don't know how extensive UAP activity may be over civilian areas. And this is to the second part of your question where we're not collecting the data. We're not collecting sufficient data from pilots. We're not collecting sufficient data from civilian and commercial activities. And this is, again, where ASRS, I think, could substantially change that, get the data out there, and allow us to do good science.
Thank you. I mean, on the data, you know, I'm a really big proponent of transparency. But obviously, there's always a little bit of balance that we have to have in government on transparency as well. I mean, last year, NASA appointed a director of UAP research in response to the recommendation by the independent study team. In the final report, there's a quote: despite numerous accounts and visuals, the absence of consistent, detailed, and curated observations means we do not presently have the body of data needed to make definite and scientific conclusions about UAP. Can you just talk really quickly about that balance of security and transparency?
So I can say, having served at NASA, it is the most transparent organization I've ever been in. When we would have conversations of executive leadership, things would leak out almost instantly. So I can assure you, intentionally or not, NASA's very transparent. I don't know if many of you have worked with engineers or scientists. They love to talk. So I believe that NASA is a paradigm of transparency, but we must have the ability and the data to be able to be transparent with. And if we're not gathering that, if we're not looking at it, then we can't bring NASA into the game and get to that good science that you need.
You know, it was about a year ago, I was touring a facility with a pretty senior government official. We went by a certain hangar and they said, yeah, that's, you know, a company leases that out. We don't really know what's going on in there. We have no way of knowing what's going on in there. And there was a few of those, in fact, while we were driving around this facility. To what extent do you think that some of the UAP out there comes from off the books or unauthorized experimental aircraft?
I mean, I think probably the vast majority of UAP are drones, experimental aircraft, weather conditions, which is, again, why I say if we review the data, I think we're going to discover a lot about things we weren't even thinking about. But there is a percentage that isn't. And looking into those anomalies is how discoveries will be made. And relative to science, Congressman, if I can say, when NASA studies black holes, when NASA studies galaxies, we have instruments that are tailored to do so. With UAP, we're using cockpit gun cameras or cell phones. We could never do good science with that. And let me tell you, the NASA budget is under pressure. We need to make sure that the Artemis program is funded fully. We need to beat China to the moon and maintain our presence in low Earth orbit. So NASA would need more money to do this, but I think tailored instruments that would look at UAP in the same way that we have tailored instruments to look at astronomical data is important to gathering valuable and uniform information. If we were studying black holes by using fighter cockpit cameras, we probably wouldn't know that much about black holes.
100%. Well, I think it's important that federal leaders take the necessary steps to ensure that UAP does not pose threats to the American public as well, and that we have the necessary budgets to collect this data so we can actually see what's going on. And I'm fully supportive of funding the Artemis mission. I think it's very important. Also, a personal note, the pilot is a frat brother of mine. He is a member of the Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, and so I would love to see my fraternity make it to the moon.
But Redwire is building the cameras for Artemis, so we will take some pictures of your frat brother and get them.
There we go. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you. I will now recognize Ms. Luna for 5 minutes of questioning.
Mr. Elizondo, to your knowledge, can you name the country and around time frame that the first back engineered UAP program started?
Ma'am, unfortunately,
Great
I would not be able to
question.
have that conversation in public.
Can anyone on the panel name that? None of you? Okay. This next question is for Mr. Gallaudet. To your knowledge, have any USOs ever outpaced our submarines?
Yes, ma'am.
At what magnitude?
I don't have the exact speed, but again, a witness came to me, a credible former submarine officer who observed it on sonar data. And this was in the 80s in the North Atlantic during a storm, and it outpaced his submarine by orders of magnitude.
Are you aware of any hotspots that currently exist off our shores in North America?
Not with sufficiently credible data, ma'am.
Okay, we've heard reports of there potentially being hotspots, maybe entry and exit points. Have you heard of any of that?
I have it not, ma'am, but my colleague here, Mr. Elizondo, does discuss some USO activity that he's observed in certain DoD databases.
Mr. Elizondo, in regards to these aircraft being piloted by whatever they might be, non-human biologics, would you agree that it's likely that they are being piloted by some mind-body connection?
Ma'am, I think it is safe to presume here that they are being intelligently controlled because some cases seem to anticipate our maneuvers, and in other cases they seem to, I came across an email where the word "stalked" was used in a very secure email between Navy officers discussing their ships being pursued by a UAP.
In our previous panel, we had Grush, and he had testified to say that some of these were interdimensional beings. Can you speak on that at all?
Ma'am, I'm not qualified, certainly as a scientist or otherwise, to speculate points of origin. I looked at everything from a scientific perspective. So if you look at, for example, instantaneous acceleration, which was one of the observables of the program that I belong to, ATIP, the human body can withstand about 9 G forces for a short period of time before you suffer negative biological consequences, blackouts and ultimately redouts and even death. Comparison, our best technology, the F-16, which is one of this older platform, but one of our most highly maneuverable aircraft, manned aircraft, made by General Dynamics, can perform about 17 or 18 G forces before you start having structural failure, meaning that the airframe begins to disintegrate while you're flying. The vehicles we're talking about are performing in excess of 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 Gs.
So I guess, would it be safe to infer that they're living craft?
I'm not prepared at this point to state for the record, is something alive or not, because even that definition is hard. There was a time in science we thought that life required oxygen, and we now know that's not true. There are anaerobic bacteria that thrive in oxygen environments that lack oxygen. And so also same with photosynthesis. When I was in college, I was told everything is derived from photosynthesis as a form of energy. In reality, that's not true. There are things that live off of chemosynthesis. So we're constantly having to reevaluate our understanding of what the definition of life is.
Do any of you ever come across reports from people that claim to have firsthand experiences with these entities, whatever they might be, or these aircraft, and then as a result, whether or not they're religious, find that these things will automatically disappear? Anyone, and this is open to any of you on the panel. So just real quick, because I'm running out of time. Lou?
Ma'am, I've always been a nuts and bolts kind of guy. When I was at ATIP, I was focusing more on the performance characteristics and less on the potential occupants.
Okay, the reason I ask is because it seems like, just based on our conversations, that we've had people that say that there are good and bad of whatever these things are. And so my concern from a national security perspective is A, that true? B, are you guys hearing the reports of that? And C, I think moving forward in regards to technology, Mr. Gold, if you can answer this real quickly, some of these aircraft, it seems that they are operating off of energy that we don't currently have. But just yes or no, in your opinion, if we were able to obtain that, would that impact humanity for the better or negative?
Would certainly save us some money on funding on Artemis.
Definitely.
And this is a national security issue, that if there is such technology out there, we're not the only country that might have access to it. We don't want to be on the wrong end of technological surprise.
Okay. Thank you guys for your time.
All right, thank you. I will now recognize Mr. Garcia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I apologize for stepping out. My governor is here upstairs, so I'm trying to get in between meetings, so apologize for that. I want to just start by just asking everyone on the panel or witnesses, and I had a chance to read all the testimony before, but just to set the agenda, just if we can go down real briefly, do you believe, just for the record, that the federal government, any part of the federal government, is knowingly concealing evidence about UAPs from the public?
Yes, sir.
100%.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. I also want to just go down the line. I know many of you have already said this, but I just, for the record again, just briefly, what do you believe UAPs could be or are?
Strong evidence that they are non-human, higher intelligence.
I echo my colleague's comment, sir.
Genuinely do not know.
Don't know, but we must find out.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate those answers, gentlemen. I think this is obviously another remarkable hearing with just really important information, so I thank all of you for answering the questions. Admiral, I just want to go back to one thing. Now, last year, our subcommittee heard from two retired Navy pilots, Lieutenant Ryan Graves and Commander David Fravor, regarding UAPs. Actually, I think Ryan is here in the audience and been a great person to get to know and to have conversations with. He, of course, has been involved in the Safe Airspace for Americans Act with Chairman Graves, with Chairwoman Mace for UAP reporting by civilian aviation personnel. Can you discuss briefly why it's important for civilian pilots to be able to report UAPs and why these legal protections are critical for our national security?
Yes, Congressman, thank you. And I did invite Ryan Graves as my guest, as I'm on his advisory board for the Americans for Safe Aerospace, and the legislation that you supported and introduced, I fully support as well. And I think it's important that more civilian pilots, commercial pilots report so we can better understand and learn and do research on UAP, as well as remove the stigma so more citizens report on what they observe. And also, it'll only contribute to aviation safety when we have a better understanding of where these UAP are, how they operate, and at what frequency and what capability level. So it's important for aviation safety, and it'll be important for moving science and research forward.
Thank you, sir. And I just want to reiterate to my colleagues, I mean, this is a very bipartisan piece of legislation, and we just got to continue to get this through the Congress. And it's incredibly important that civilian pilots have the opportunity to safely report the UAPs that they are seeing or encountering in the air. And I can't express how critical this piece of what I believe is a larger collection of evidence and facts actually happen. We've been approached by pilots. I've talked to folks that have been engaged with our office and others, and there is still enormous stigma. And essentially, we don't have a system where folks are feeling free to be able to report what they're seeing. And so I just want to reiterate that that advocacy. Mr. Gold, in your testimony, you discuss NASA's aviation safety reporting system, a confidential, non-punitive reporting mechanism. In the Safe Airspace for Americans Act, we explicitly allow for civilian reporting, of course, of UAPs. Can you explain why the NASA task force recommended the use of the aviation safety reporting system?
The aviation safety reporting system is an existing system that is trusted, that has taken hundreds of thousands, now millions of cases. And again, recognizing budgetary constraints, this seemed like the perfect way to be able to gain more data. And when it comes to the stigma, sir, it's something that pilots are used to reporting on, that crew is used to reporting on. So it's a great way to get data, to overcome the stigma without spending really that much more additional money since the system exists. Thank you so much for your support of that. Thank you for what Ryan Graves does. This is a common sense means to expose the truth of UAP for the purpose of this hearing.
Thank you. And I just want to also add, now earlier this year, as part of the House Defense Authorization Bill, the NDAA, I had filed an amendment to include the UAP Disclosure Act, which would create a UAP Records Review Board and exercise with exercise of eminent domain over UAP-related material, modeled actually on the JFK Assassination Records Collection Act, which is widely known. Now, the amendment was blocked, but thankfully the Senate included the amendment by Senator Rounds and Schumer for the UAP Disclosure Act. So I just again want to say that we should be pushing and ensuring the UAP Disclosure Act, which is bipartisan in its support, should move forward. And if I can just briefly particularly Admiral, can you just briefly, as I close my time, explain why the UAP Disclosure Act would be critical for us and our national security?
Thank you, Congressman. Yes, I believe the UAP Disclosure Act is important for national security, as well as advancing potential socioeconomic benefits resulting from UAP research, as well as public safety, as we referred to previously regarding aviation. And this act will allow for greater transparency and open research, and that's why I'm also a member of the UAP Disclosure Fund as an advisor, as in the Sol Foundation, as an advisor, senior strategic advisor, which is advocating for the same.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
All right, thank you. I'd like to recognize Mr. Biggs for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for holding this committee. Thank you to the witnesses. Admiral, the video that is called the Go Fast video, the email that you've talked about being deleted, I just want to briefly cover this. You said that the email, the author was asking whether any of the recipients were aware of the classified technology demonstrations that it could explain the objects that were observed. And then you said the email disappears. Then you guys have a series of meetings. The commander of fleet forces and his operations officer never discussed the incident again. Is that right? Is that accurate?
That's accurate, sir.
And even during weekly meetings, it was never discussed again. My question for you is, you were in those meetings. Did you personally hear that nothing was going on about that?
Yes, sir. I was in those meetings, and
did you make inquiries about that?
No, I did not, sir, because I inferred, since I had been read into other special access programs, that this UAP video was part of one that I was not read into, or any of the recipients, or the author of the email, and that an intelligence agency basically pulled it back and instructed the author of the email, hey, this is, you just conducted what they call spillage into a lower classification level. And when that's done, the procedures are basically to remove any of the communication.
You're going to silo it. So, and you, Mr. Elizondo, you said in your report and your testimony today, a government work on the UAP subject still remains classified. Excessive secrecy has led to grave misdeeds against loyal civil servants, military personnel, and the public, all to hide the fact that we are not alone in the cosmos. Fair?
Yes, sir.
All right. And all of you, and Mr. Schellenberger, by the way, I've read several of your books, Mr. Schellenberger, excellent stuff.
Thank you.
What I would say too is, you were asked about the veracity of the author of this report. You comfortable with the veracity?
Yes.
Okay. And then, and I'll get to you in a second, Mr. Gold. We'll talk about Kuhnian and Lakatoshian scientific advancement and how we're obviating that through these processes. But we'll get to that in a sec, because what I want to really get to is the ultimate question it really becomes this: for what purpose is the federal government overclassifying, because that's what they're doing, they're overclassifying and forbidding the public for getting access to this? And if you know, if you have an explanation, I'm curious, because I know what I've been told. I just want to know from your perspective, why do they overclassify? Mr. Elizondo, you look like you're finger on the button, ready to go.
Yes, sir. Forgive me. I think there's several reasons. I think at the time when this reality became evident to the U.S. government, we were in the middle of the Cold War with then Soviet Union, and we did not want to tip our hands to what our knowledge base was on this topic. We did not want to broadcast that to
the Cold War's long over.
It is, sir. It is, sir. There's also then the philosophical argument that the Department of Defense and the intelligence community is solution oriented. And when you don't have answers, it's a really tough spot to be in.
It's easier to be quiet and suppressed than if you don't have the answer.
Indeed, sir. In fact, there's a very real example when we built the U-2 spy plane and flew it over then Russia, and we're taking reconnaissance. And when we first started flying the aircraft, it flew so high and so fast we thought they weren't tracking us. In reality, they were tracking every flight. It wasn't until the Russians could develop the SA-2 surface-to-air missile and successfully shoot them down.
I would suggest to you also, along with Lakatos and Kuhn, you also have a problem with Kenneth Arrow's path dependence or increasing returns. That's one reason why they won't disclose it. It's too painful to admit. But I just want to read a couple of things from Mr. Schellenberger's, what he gave to us today, because I think this is interesting stuff, and I just want to convey this to you. On USG networks, there exists infrared footage of and imagery of a grouping of vessels engaged in SIGINT and mass scent collection at night in a specific area of the Pacific Ocean. This footage, which was in close proximity to the vessels, a large equilateral triangle UAP suddenly appears directly over the ships. These three bright points are seen at each bottom corner of the UAP, which is observed to slowly rotate on its horizontal axis. And he goes on to describe that. And I just want to read one more, and I'm doing this because I think it's interesting. This stuff is interesting as anything. So let's get this one here, right here. While performing a routine airspace surveillance and control mission in the Eastern Air Defense Sector, an F-22 fighter observed multiple UAP contacts at mission altitude. Moving to intercept the F-22 pilot noted multiple metallic orbs slightly smaller than a sedan hovering in place. Upon vectoring towards the UAPs, a smaller formation of the metallic orbs accelerated at rapid speed towards the F-22, which was unable to establish radar locks on the presumed hostile UAPs. The F-22 broke trajectory and attempted to evade, but was intercepted and boxed in by approximately 3 to 6 UAPs. And then I'll leave that there, but because I just have no more time left. Well, she's not looking. So let's just get into, let's get into part of this.
I thought I would be saved by the bell.
No. Let's talk about Kuhnian, Lakatoshian type of scientific development. And the problem that we have here is you have institutional blockage of what would be normal development of scientific ideas. And if you want to expand that, Mr. Gold.
We're over time, so be very fast, please.
I'll just say I'm a recovering attorney, so please take it easy on the science. But all breakthroughs have been heretical at first. And that's the challenge that we face, particularly with something as extraordinary as this, which is why gathering the data is so important. And I'll just end by saying, by the way, the overclassification of material is in no way limited to UAP. That is occurring throughout the government, as well as the inability to get people classifications in a timely and efficient manner, and then to have those classifications be broad enough to be useful. So this is a larger issue that I hope that Congress will look at.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Biggs. I've been generous. All right, Mr. Burleson, I'll recognize you for 5 minutes of questions, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Elizondo, does any branch of the United States government or defense contractors possess technology?
Sir, there's documentation that I believe was submitted for the record that was approved for release by the U.S. Pentagon, by the Department of Defense Office of Pre-Publication Security Review. And it states one of the reasons why my predecessor program, OSAP, was trying to collect material of unknown origin.
Was it successfully collected?
It was not. What happened is that there was an aerospace contract company that requested to divest itself of the material that was collected in the 1950s. Unfortunately, that didn't actually occur.
So let's dive into that. That's the Bigelow Aerospace, correct? So
yes, sir.
There was a journalist, Christopher Sharp, who said that there was a transfer between Lockheed Martin, Bigelow Aerospace, and the CIA allegedly blocked this. Can you describe that?
What I can say is that it was blocked. Why it was blocked, I can only surmise. I was part of some conversations later on with some of those contract personnel where they had told all of us that is accurate. What we required was a memo from the Secretary of the Air Force in order to make that complete, and that never occurred. And so when Secretary Mattis became Secretary of Defense, I decided it would be appropriate for me to try to receive a memo from him as SecDef, as Secretary of Defense, if we could not get a memo from the Secretary of the Air Force to transfer that material.
So if that material exists today, who's in possession?
Sir, I wouldn't be able to have that conversation in an open hearing. We'd probably have to have that.
Okay, my question to you then is, if we were in a secure setting, if we were in a SCIF, would you be able to provide or get access to something, whether it's visuals or material that we could put our hands on, or biologics that would convince me, that would show me that we have non-human origins?
Sir, that decision would not be mine. That would be to the gatekeeper still in the U.S. government.
And who would so if you were in our shoes, where would you go from here? How would you get that information? A lot of times we just don't know who to ask because we don't know where to go next. So if you were in our shoes, where would you go?
Well, I prefer to answer that question in a closed session. However, we established Arrow for that very purpose, and unfortunately, under its previous leadership, it failed. So one would hope that they would have the authorities necessary to do that. Let's hope that this new iteration of leadership will be successful.
In the discussions, it's simply about material, or is there discussion about it was previously testified that there was biologics that were collected. Are you aware of any of that?
I am, sir, aware of the reporting that biologics have been recovered. Again, my focus was more nuts and bolts, looking at the physical aspects of these phenomenon, how they interacted around military equities and nuclear equities. So I'm certainly not a medical expert. I would not be able to probably provide you a whole lot of value in that simply because I don't have the expertise.
But was anything described as that we have possession of bodies?
Yes, yes.
We have is it multiple types of creatures, or?
Sir, I couldn't answer that. I can tell you anecdotally that it was discussed quite a bit when I was at the Pentagon. The problem is the supposed collection of these biological samples occurred before my time, in fact, before I was even born.
And was this part of the Lockheed Martin discussion, or was this the biologics is a completely separate?
Separate yet related.
Okay. Has anyone made contact?
Sir, I'm sorry, could you specify?
Has there been any, to your knowledge, any communication with a non-human life form?
So the term communication is a bit of a trick word because there's verbal communication like we're having now. The problem is you also have nonverbal communication. And so I would say definitively yes, but from a nonverbal meaning, when a Russian reconnaissance aircraft comes into U.S. airspace, we scramble 2 F-22s, and we are certainly communicating intent and capability. I think the same goes with this. We have these things that are being observed over controlled U.S. airspace. And they're not really doing a good job hiding themselves. They're making it pretty obvious they have the ability to even interfere with our nuclear equities and our nuclear readiness.
Is the United States government and our contractors, are they pulling technology from this? Or they're reverse engineering this?
Sir, as I previously stated, please forgive me, I am not authorized to discuss specifics about crash retrievals. I signed documentation with the U.S. government. What I can say was, after a very thorough review process by the Pentagon, what I wrote about. And that was my limit, unfortunately, that I was given.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I would now like to recognize Mr. Timmons for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Elizondo, you just said something interesting. You said they don't seem to be hiding. They don't seem to be hiding. The UAP sightings are becoming increasingly brash, if you will. And, we've been hearing about these for years, but they've generally been isolated and not as consistent and over critical military installations. Would you say that's fair? Is this becoming increasingly often? Is it happening more and more?
Great question, sir. Let me see if I can answer this for you. Certainly, there seems to be some indication that they're being provocative, meaning that they're, in some cases, literally splitting aircraft formations right down the middle. So that's an air safety issue. The question is it the frequency increasing? And really the response is it depends. Yes, it's possible that there is an increase in frequency, but it's also possible that there's heightened awareness now, and there's also more pervasiveness of technology out there that's collecting this information and that can record this information. So we're not quite sure yet if it's actually an increase in numbers of these events, or is it that we have better equipment now that to record these things, and we have a better ability, if you will, to analyze these things.
And that's my next question. It seems that a lot of these sightings occur near military installations. Do you think that these UAPs are intentionally targeting military installations, or do you think that we have increased abilities to monitor surrounding the military installations?
Sir, maybe both. Part of my concern is we have something in the Department of Defense and the intelligence community called IPB, Initial Preparations of the Battle Space. And we use equities like ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, and other type of equities and technologies to prep the battle space. And certainly, if I was wearing my national security hat, even if there was a 2% chance that there was some sort of hostile intent here, that's 2% higher than we really can accept. And so we must figure out, there's a calculus, capabilities versus intent, in order to identify if something is a national security threat. We've seen some of the capabilities, yet we have no idea in the intent. And so this is why this discussion is somewhat, I think, problematic from a governmental perspective, because we have no idea.
Sure, thank you. Mr. Schellenberger, you're particularly familiar with the Langley Air Force Base incident a year ago? Are you familiar?
Just from what I read in the
Just
news.
from what you've read?
Yeah.
I would imagine a large percentage of the American population became aware of that with the Wall Street Journal article. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And were you aware of that incident prior to the Wall Street Journal article?
No.
To the rest of the panel, was the Wall Street Journal article the first time that y'all were made aware of what was essentially an over 2-week UAP frenzy over Langley Air Force Base? Were y'all aware of this prior to the Wall Street Journal article? Anybody? Show of hands. Yes,
sir.
Dr. Guyette, could you give me how did you become aware of it?
A colleague of mine who I referenced previously, Chris Mellon, he wrote an extensive article about this, that there were other incursions of drones over Langley before this, as well as many, many military installations over the last 5 decades.
And it's my understanding that there's been an ever increasing in number, and trying to think how to say this because I wear 2 different hats. I'm still in the Air Force. So, I mean, it seems that they're becoming increasingly brash. And the question that we really have to figure out is is it China or is it non-human? And I think that's the biggest question the American people want to know. If it's China, it's scary because they have a lot of technology that we cannot explain. And if it's non-human, that's scary because we don't know the intent. Would you say that's fair?
Yes, Congressman. And in fact, I really believe that we should use this hearing as a catalyst to improve and bolster our air defense capabilities and our maritime domain awareness capabilities, because obviously there are holes in it, whether it be UAP of non-HI direction or NHI direction, or like as you say, sir, China or any other adversary.
Are you all aware of any task force at the Pentagon or in the national security apparatus that's trying to assess the answer to that question?
At the current moment, sir, no, but this is a great point. From 2020 to 2022, there was a UAP task force in the DoD succeeding where Mr. Elizondo worked, led by Jay Stratton, who had the first comprehensive whole of government approach to UAP, which involved pathways to declassification and to increase transparency, as well as assessing the national security risks of UAP. This was a really well-established approach, and we have all advocated that something like it return.
I'm running out of time. The last thing is that we need authorities. The law enforcement, military do not have authorities to actually engage, and Congress needs to act to give those authorities to local law enforcement and the military so they have clear guidelines on how to assess these issues going forward. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Ms. Boebert for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now that we have all been cautioned in this committee hearing that the mention of Pentagon's Immaculate Constellation program could put us on a list, well, I already find myself on many lists, I'm sure. So I speak my mind often, so why not just keep going with it? May as well just go all out and say it. The earth is flat, birds are government drones, and we've never set foot on the moon, and Joe Biden received 81 million votes in the 2020 election. So let's just see how many lists we could get on here today. But Mr. Schellenberger, I wanted to ask you, I think I understand from this hearing that you would agree that classifying information like this is not in the best interest of the people. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, with the caveat that, of course, I would support classification necessary to protect secrets essential to national security, but I think it's pretty obvious that there's overclassification.
Overclassification, yes. And so in most instances, if they can't tell us what, do you think at some point they'll at least tell us why?
President-elect Trump has repeatedly committed to greater transparency, both on the UAP issue, on JFK files, on COVID origins, and many other things. So I think that we need to make sure that the next administration is held accountable for that.
Agreed. And this is for all 4 of you. Yes or no, please. I have many questions I want to get to. Are there any known instances of recovered materials or technologies that are not of human origin and maybe connected to any advanced bioscience defense programs within the USG?
I don't know.
I wouldn't be able to answer that, ma'am.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay, so there are rumors that have come up to the Hill of a secretive project within the Department of Defense involving the manipulation of human genetics with what is described as non-human genetic material, potentially for the enhancement of human capabilities, hybrids. Are any of you familiar with that? Yes or no?
No, ma'am.
I am not, ma'am.
I'm not.
No, ma'am.
Okay, I would like to know with Immaculate Constellation, how does this relate to UAP activities, Mr. Schellenberg, in oceanic environments? Are there any instances where the Navy or other maritime forces have encountered UAPs that could not be explained by known technology or natural phenomena?
Yeah, the Immaculate Constellation covers both terrestrial and oceanic, and there's actually a number of cases described in the report that occur in the ocean.
And do you believe that there is a concerted effort by the Pentagon to keep Congress out of the loop regarding these UAP activities, specifically in our waters?
Yes.
I think it's about 5% of our ocean that's actually been studied in detail by man, and we've studied more of space than we had of our own oceans. And so, are there any accounts of UAPs emerging from or submerging into our water, which could indicate a base or presence beneath the ocean's surface?
I don't know about a base, but as I mentioned, I had a different source entirely describe this pretty extraordinary footage that exists of orbs, of an orb coming out of the ocean and being met by another orb.
Some would say that there's multiple hotspots where we see frequent activity. So in your investigations, have you come across any data or visual evidence like sonar readings or underwater footage of these UAPs?
I have not beyond what's in the report.
You've written about UAPs not only in the air, but in underwater. Are there any specifics on what you've learned about the UAP activity in our oceans? Particularly, have you spoken with sources who have provided any evidence or eyewitness accounts of these UAPs interacting with our naval forces or being detected by our underwater surveillance systems?
Nothing beyond what's in the report and then the specific case that I mentioned with the orb.
So this report says it all. There's no other information that we are aware of regarding the activity within our waters.
I have other sources that have told me that have shared a significant amount of information, but they're not comfortable with me sharing it at this point.
Okay. Are there any technological capabilities observed in these oceanic UAPs that seem to defy our current understanding of physics or our engineering capabilities?
It seems like they all do.
Yes, I would agree with that. My time is up, but I do appreciate your bravery, your courage for coming here and speaking today. And seems like there's still some questions that we need answers to, and we will not relent until we get those to the American people. Thank you all.
Thank you. I move to allow myself and the ranking member 5 additional minutes for questions without objection, so ordered. Mr. Elizondo, were you read into the Immaculate Constellation program?
Ma'am, I would not be authorized to confirm nor deny the existence of any ongoing or past program, especially as it relates to a special access program, either by name or trigraph.
Okay, and then does the U.S. government or private contractors, they work with other foreign countries, China, for example, to exchange data, quote from a source, that intelligence data about UAP?
Let me see if I can answer that a little bit more generally, ma'am, if I may. We do have foreign material exploitation programs. That is something that is widely known, and that term itself is unclassified. How exactly that works becomes a bit sensitive. The discussion we could certainly have in a closed session if you like. We do work with international partners and allies quite often, not just in military exercises and workups, but in other intelligence efforts as well.
In terms of material that's given to private contractors, is certain material given to certain contractors because of their experience? So for example, if it's related to submerged and undersea propulsion, would it go to a general contractor like General Dynamics?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely correct. Different contractors have different levels of expertise.
What's Lockheed's expertise?
Aerospace, ma'am.
In the UAP space, that's all that they wouldn't do submerged.
No, I didn't say that, ma'am.
Okay.
Lockheed Martin and others do quite a bit of work, both in our atmosphere, in space, and even underwater. There are certain efforts to. It's a tough question you're asking. You put me on the spot here.
I'm looking for the answer.
Yes, ma'am. No, they are involved in a lot. I would rather let Lockheed Martin explain the different domains that they are involved with. Probably am not authorized to discuss that, but they are involved in a lot of different areas and domains.
Admiral, flight safety risks for our pilots, based on what you've experienced and seen in your career.
They're extensive. And the one exercise I referred to where I received the email that was then deleted was the pilots. And this is worth bringing out. There are debunkers out there who have said the Go Fast video was just a balloon. That was only one video that was released. There were dozens of these encounters that pilots and friends of Ryan Graves, who's in this room right here, witnessed and caused significant safety concerns. And to almost call out and exercise it and shut it down, which is very compressed, and the carrier's getting ready for deployment, and the pilots have to get certified to land on a carrier. It's extreme, to say the least.
All right, I have two last questions. Real quickly, Mr. Schellenberger, how do we get more whistleblowers to come forward?
Well, this hearing does, is very important, and obviously, I can't encourage whistleblowers to obtain information, but I can guarantee that I will protect them and go to prison to protect their identities if they come to me.
Yes, sir. Okay, my last question. The first hearing we had on this, I'd never been briefed on UAPs or what they were, biologics, non-human, et cetera. How would you define, each of you, my last question, how would you define non-human biologics, non-human intelligence? What are we actually talking about? Admiral, and we'll go down the line.
I don't think it's a stretch when you look at the diversity of life on this planet and the size of this universe to think that there would be more diverse, higher order, non-human intelligences throughout the universe. And that's probably what's visiting us.
I would take the scientific approach. The definition would be the ability to react to a stimulus in a manner that requires an intellectual thought process.
I just don't know.
I think we must be modest in our assumptions that we're looking for intelligence. That could be biological, it might not.
Non-biological, but what non-biological intelligence, what does that mean though?
Artificial intelligence, ML, machines. We assume that all intelligence would be like us. And every time we look out in the universe, we are humbled relative to what we don't know in terms of the forms of intelligence and what it may take. I can assure you, I probably can't ask you your question, but I think the ultimate answer is going to surprise us all.
And then Mr. Garcia, you had a few closing remarks.
And I know we're about to hit votes here, so I'll be brief. Just I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank Chairwoman Mace especially for holding this important bipartisan hearing. And I want to thank all the committee members that are interested in this topic. I think our commitment to all of you and all the folks that have contacted us, and certainly to the advocates and the pilots, is that we need to continue investigating UAPs. I think the country the country's owed explanations and ensure that the safety or national security is always protected. This is a conversation and questioning that must continue. So I'm very grateful to all of you. And I also just want to add, just personally, I think it's really important for me. Two things guide my questioning and my observations on UAPs. One is we should always be guided by facts, science, and data, and stay serious on those issues. And the second thing is I think that we should not limit our imagination and our thoughts and our curiosity on what UAPs could actually be. And I think those two things for me are really important, and I'm grateful for all of you to be here. So with that, I yield back.
Okay, and we have Mr. Ogles, who is on the way. He's going to be here any second. Is that correct? Want to check, and he'll be the last member with questions that we have today, and then we have votes. So we want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank Mr. Garcia and folks on both sides of the aisle for being here today and being patient. We have a lot more questions, and I hope that this will open the door to more hearings in the future. I obviously would like to know how much taxpayers are spending on this. You have the right to know, but also if we're spending money on something that doesn't exist, why are we spending the money? And if it does exist, why are we hiding it from the public? And of course, our national security is a huge issue, because if there's technology that could harm us or our allies that are in the hands of our adversaries, we obviously want to stay ahead of that to the best of our ability to ensure that that technology is not in the hands of someone who could use it against us or our allies anywhere in the world. So, Mr. Ogles, you're just in time, babe. I will recognize you for 5 minutes of questioning before we head on out today.
Well, thank you all for being here. And Madam Chairwoman, I out of breath because I sprinted to get here, but this is an important hearing. I think we all know that there's something going on. Mr. Elizondo, based on your knowledge of UAP sightings, do you believe it's fair to say that they are especially common near nuclear sites?
Yes, sir. Mr. Congressman, I absolutely am convinced of that, as are my colleagues inside the government.
And the reason why I pose that question, and this has been one of my talking points from the beginning, is, Oak Ridge is in Tennessee. The so-called weather balloon that drifted, that we now know was controlled, it passed near Oak Ridge. It obviously is a sensitive site, both of interest to our adversaries and to whatever else this is. Because we know that at military installations, at sensitive locations, such as nuclear facilities, that we're seeing this take place. So the question is what is it? Do you believe they've caused an irregular activity, and why might they be interested in those sites?
Sir, in some cases, it's actually regular activity. You'd be surprised. There's actually documentation right now that's been submitted. It's not just Oak Ridge. It's Savannah River site, SRS. It's also Los Alamos. A lot of our sensitive R&D locations appear to be under some sort of surveillance and monitoring. Why? Well, because a lot of innovation comes out of those areas, a lot of new technologies, a lot of, if you will, disruptive technologies that we use for our national defense originates out of those locations, and advanced concepts in physics as well. So if I was doing any type of reconnaissance, even on a foreign adversary, that's a great target to start with.
Sure, and again, this has been one of my talking points. I do have questions. What role might the Department of Energy or its subsidiaries or affiliates have in this type of technology, or possessing this type of technology, whether it's ours or others? Mr. Gallaudet, I think your testimony has been pretty clear, but would you please reiterate that? Do you believe UAPs pose a threat to pilots? Excuse me.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. They were threatening Navy pilots during the exercise that I was, my people were involved with in 2015. And it's my understanding they're risking pilot safety, commercial and military today.
Well, considering, and I understand that there's a need in some cases to keep certain technologies secret, but you believe that it is posing a threat to our personnel, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I think it's reasonable to conclude that if there's a threat to our personnel who are serving our country faithfully, that there be oversight.
100%, Congressman. And in fact, that's the one thing that we've not talked about enough during this hearing, is the fact that the government executive branch not sharing with Congress what it knows about UAP infringes on your legislative and oversight responsibilities to such an extent that's very concerning. I mean, what else are we, if you look at national security or intelligence or foreign affairs or appropriations, you all have oversight and legislative responsibility regarding those. This UAP issue may be the greatest issue of our time, and it's being hid from you.
Well, I mean, and to your point, I think we've seen over the decades that we have certain adversaries like China, like Russia, that technologically speaking are not as advanced as us, that they lack some of the lethality that we have, and that we've seen that they've gone after our technologies and in some cases succeeded, in particular with missile technology. And so again, my concern, whether this technology emanates from us or otherworldly, that we know that we possess it. And where's the accountability? Where are the stopgaps? What are the guarantees that if this were to fall in enemy hands, that it isn't immediately weaponized against us? And I'll say this, it is clear from my experience and what I've seen that there is something out there. The question is it ours? Is it someone else's? Or is it otherworldly? And Madam Chairman, I would posit that as the legislative body, as the regulatory body, we must know. And anyone who prevents us from gaining access to that information, I would consider that criminality. Because we have U.S. personnel who may very well be in harm's way. We have technology that ultimately may threaten our very existence. With that, Madam Chairman, I thank you for your indulgence, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Ogles. And with that and without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and to submit additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. If there's no further business without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned.
There we go, guys. A little bit of this B-roll here.
Done, sir. Thank you. That was a nice-
All right. What do we think, y'all? That was it. That was the hearing, the historic hearing, right? It is November 13th. The last one was 16 months ago. I'm trying to process a lot of these answers. I made a lot of notes, and basically I'm just gonna hang on here for a little bit longer and kind of go over some of the notes from this hearing, right? Let's do it, right? Let's start with this. This is what I wrote. Mace questions great. Yeah, Nancy Mace did a great job in this hearing. Leading it, asking good questions right off the bat, setting the tone kind of for it. Less Congress people here than last time, but you know, it is during a lame duck session. Now the audience was packed, right? So yeah, it was interesting. Definitely thought more would come from like Schellenberger and things like that, and Gold, but you know, 4 witnesses, they get 5 minutes each to ask questions. You know, that could be a little difficult. Next point I made, John Greenwald's work being included. Loved that. Well deserved to John Greenwald from the Black Vault, having his tireless work being included on the record through Schellenberger. That was awesome. And pointing out, you know, the craziness of the redactions and stuff, right? And trying to get UAP related info. He's getting some pushback there, and that's interesting through FOIA, right? Why is that happening? The mention of the Dan Farah documentary, Mike Gold saying he's a part of that. That's interesting information. That's kind of insider baseball. But Dan Farah was Lou Elizondo's manager, and I have had correspondence myself with Dan Farah many years ago. So that's interesting. That's very interesting there. So potentially this bombshell documentary could be coming out soon that includes, like he said, over 30 different, I think, former government officials, he said. So that's kind of new information depending on how much you're into this topic. And that's interesting. You know, at the beginning, I will say they were kind of like interrogating Lou. It felt like that a little bit, like they were interrupting him a lot. And I guess near the end too, that was interesting to see. Not sure if they felt something there or why they were doing that. But that was good, right? You only get a limited number of time, and you know, so why did that happen? I don't know. These are just observations, right? I'm just reading off observations that I made. Jared Moskowitz asked some great questions as well. Really enjoyed what he got them to say. And there's a lot there, y'all. Grothman was killing me for a little bit there. The older gentleman at the beginning with the white hair who's helping lead this, to be honest with you, but he kept calling it TikTok instead of Tic Tac, which, to be fair, happened at the last one. But it, you know, just also shows how much he actually follows this, right? He, as he said, he's been interested in this since 8th grade. So I think it's just more of a topical interest in this topic, right, for him. So, but yeah, you know, he was killing me a little bit. One thing that was interesting that they didn't ask was they should have asked each person, have you had a personal experience with UAP? And they didn't ask that. They sort of asked Gallaudet, have you had an experience with the USO or something along those lines? And he said no, but that was the only answer. None of the other ones answered that or got to answer that. And that's interesting, right? Mace brought up Lou Elizondo's book and didn't bring up anything about these orbs in his house or remote viewing or Roswell. There was just a lot that just didn't get asked. It was quite interesting that they wouldn't go there. A lot of them are kind of stepping over each other. If you notice, some of the congressmen, they were asking sort of the same questions. So there's a lot of like duplicate questions and answers along through this. You know what I mean? And maybe that's just they need to ask it for themselves. I don't know exactly. Maybe there's a reasonable answer for that. But I just found that very interesting that they wouldn't ask them, have you had a personal experience with UAP? Right? Schellenberger too. My goal, like they didn't, you know what I mean? Why didn't they ask that? That seems like the very first question you would ask. Right? Now they you know, for example, they asked them several different times, what are these things? Like, what are we looking at? Right? So it's like, okay, wait, they already answered that. But whatever, that was interesting. Higgins, he had a great question about the whistleblower report, that maybe there's a non-public, or excuse me, a public version of that report, right? That was a great question. I didn't know that was a thing, to be honest with you. So that was a great question. And him really diving into Schellenberger in that article and that whistleblower report, right? The mention of Immaculate Constellation, which was brought up many times. I felt they should have dove into that a little bit more, right? I don't know why every single congressperson didn't have a specific question about that, right? So, but that was a great question from Higgins. Another interesting fact about that is Elizondo said he never read Schellenberger's article or anything about that report. Like he doesn't know anything about that. So, well, he didn't say he doesn't know anything about that. He just said he didn't read that article or anything. I find that interesting, to be honest. That's like when Lou Elizondo was on Joe Rogan and he said he'd never heard of Bob Lazar. Like, what? What do you mean you never heard of Bob Lazar? Yeah, Mr. Higgins, great questions for sure. Mr. Frost, this was interesting that he brought up about private hangars being leased, right? He said he was, out somewhere and, hey, what's this hangar over here? Right? Oh, a company's leasing it out. We don't know what they do in there. Wait, what? Right? That's unusual. Why is that like that? Right? That was a great question and a great revelation, to be honest with you. Maybe small potatoes, but interesting. Another interesting point was Mike Gold brought up that NASA has an archive that has UAP data that he thinks should be released, right? Let's go. Is this part of the data release that's coming next year that got delayed, right? Could that potentially be part of that? I don't know, but that's interesting because then in the next, flip side of that, he's like, NASA is very transparent. Well, clearly not. Another thing that was brought up, which was interesting, sensor bias, right? We don't know how much UAP we actually have flying around because of the lack of dedicated sensor, application, if you will, right? So we actually can't even quantify how much UAP activity is happening. That's interesting, right? Because how do we start, right? Like that would be great fact and data point to know. What are we working with here, right? How much UAP activity is happening in the world, right? If we were to quantify that with a number, I mean, that would, open some people's eyes. Oh shit, this is a problem. Maybe people just think, oh, it's not really happening very much. But if we were to show, it's happening over every major city, it's happening here, this, that's actually a very, very big point, in my opinion. I think that's a huge point, in my opinion. This was also an interesting point that Mike Gold said most UAP that is, at least the data that's available now, is more than likely just prosaic, right? Balloons, weather anomalies, planes, things like that, things that are in the sky, typically, right? But that there are, there is still a sliver that is anomalous, that is absolutely well worth studying, right? And I agree with that. Luna asked some great questions. She really dialed in. I wish she would have got another 5 minutes. I just felt like she deserved it, as much work as she's put into this topic, in my opinion. Elizondo mentioning that these UAP were flying 1 to 3,000 Gs, right? G-force. That's insane. That's insane, right? That is absolutely insane. And is there any evidence of that, right? What are they basing that off of? That's what I'd like to know. Is it just eyewitness account, or is there some sort of data, sensor data that proves that, right? Whether it be photo, video, radar data, something. How do they know that? This is interesting. A new term was mentioned. A new term was mentioned by Tim Gallaudet. I'm not sure if anyone caught this, but normally we use the term NHI, non-human intelligence. And if you remember at the last hearing, that was brought up, right? And people would say something along the lines of, oh, non-human intelligence, that could be a dog, a duck, a gerbil, right? Okay, fair enough. Well, Tim Gallaudet mentioned something new. He said NHI, right? Non-human higher intelligence. I thought that was interesting. I don't know if anyone caught that. Thought that was quite interesting. Do we need more acronyms? I don't know, but it does help specify. And I'm okay with that. This is just, visually speaking, Tim Gallaudet was sort of off by himself, which was kind of interesting. Like there was a space in between him and Elizondo. Not sure why that was or what was the purpose of that. And it could be something completely, benign. But regardless, it was interesting. Burleson asked some great questions, to be honest with you. Really enjoyed his line of questioning as well. A few of these line of questioning are well worth going back and looking at, which I'm going to do myself. Burleson is definitely one of them. Something that was brought up, which was interesting, was I looked it up because I didn't know what the hell they were talking about. It was definitely the only time in the hearing where I heard something like, I don't know what that is. And I'm not very smart. So they brought up something called Kuhnian science. Right. They were asking Mike Gold about this. So I looked it up. It's from a gentleman called Thomas Kuhn. And he has a theory. You know what? I can bring this up for y'all to look at. And of course, I spelt it wrong, so don't laugh at me. But it still brought it up. All right. And it says, Thomas Kuhn's theory of scientific development, or Kuhnian science, describes how science evolves through different stages. You've got the pre-paradigm research, right? A stage where there is no consensus on basic scientific methods and principles, normal science, crisis stage, right? Basically, Kuhn's theory emphasizes that science is paradigm-driven, not the result of an objective accumulation of data. That's interesting. Scientists' past experience and training influence their observations and the scientific method. Basically, the inclusion of human error, right, into science. It's kind of unavoidable. Scientists with different paradigms engage in different laboratory manipulations. That's interesting, right? Depending on their background, culture, race, ethnicity, who knows, right? Class, upbringing, environment, nature versus nurture, right? Their genetic build, that's interesting. So that was interesting to bring up, right? And what that means for the topic and what that means for just the study of this, right? Real quick, I'm going to bring up this super chat here. You know what? Actually, I'm going to bring it up at the end, Dylan. Let me get through my notes here. Because we got a lot of people watching. I want to get through this here. This is interesting. Alien bodies, right? The recovery of alien bodies. Luis Elizondo said the bodies we have were recovered before he was born. Are we talking about Roswell? That's what they should have followed up on. Are you talking about Roswell, right? When and how many? I would ask, how many bodies do we have? Let's put a number on it, right? Greater than one, less than 100, less than 50, less than 20, less than 30. What are we talking about here, right? Let's get a number. So that was good. That was interesting. This was also interesting. The question, have we made contact with aliens? Great question. Now, Lou's answer was a little elusive, and I'll be honest, I didn't really like it because it's a little still ambiguous. I'll tell you why. Because he says, well, yes, we have made contact with aliens, but he says there's different types of communication, right? There's verbal and nonverbal, right? So he's basically saying we communicate through our actions, right? He gave the example of a Russian fighter coming in to our airspace and then we go after them, right? We're communicating intent towards them, right? Well, that's not what they meant by that question, right? We should have asked that, I guess, let's clarify. Have we spoken to them and have they responded? Have we had a conversation with aliens? Not nonverbal, right? But verbally. Have we talk to them? Do we continue to talk to them? Right. That. So I felt like that was a little like, so what are we saying? Like we communicate to aliens through our actions towards them. So we're not actually having any conversations with them. Well, that goes against so much of UFO lore. So I don't know about that. I don't know. It just made me feel weird, that answer. I noticed Schellenberger on his phone during this hearing. It's like, dude, can you check your tweets later? Now it could have been something for the hearing. He wanted to read up on something, so that's possible. We don't know what exactly he was doing, but I found that interesting that he was on the phone while Lou was talking at one point, and I'm sure at other parts. And I don't know. Just felt weird, I guess. But there could be a reasonable explanation. Okay, I'm not accusing anyone of anything. Look, this is a little controversial what I'm about to say, so bear with me here, okay? It's just an opinion. But hearing Lou talk like this through all of it, you could tell how well informed he is and how much involvement he had in the government and what he did, right? And he just seemed very well informed, right? Which, again, if you follow this topic, really raises the question even further of how was he sharing that fake UFO photo for so long? Just doesn't make sense. And I just found that very interesting because that's what's complicated about this. The more Lou comes off as knowledgeable and deep within this, the more that makes the sharing of that photo worse. If that makes sense, right? It's like he's not a goofball. So I don't know. I just found that interesting. Lauren Boebert. Birds aren't real. The earth is flat. Blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Chicken or the egg? What? The hell are you talking about, lady? That was weird and unnecessary and just, why do that? Why do that? Right? All it did was make it seem like it's just a part of that. And that clearly is not what's going on, right? I mean, we're also part of the hearing is to reduce the stigma, and there she is, like, engaging the stigma. Now, maybe it was just in jest and for fun and whatever and playful and this and that. I don't know. It's just kind of like, I didn't think that was appropriate for the time, right? It's like, you got 5 minutes. There's a lot of people watching. Use your time wisely here. So, but with that said, she did ask a good question. Because she asked about the bases. She asked about alien bases. And screw it. I'm glad she asked. I was hoping somebody would ask. But she didn't ask the person I wish she would have asked, which was Tim Gallaudet. right? Why didn't she ask Tim Gallaudet about this underwater base, right? They talked about hot spots, and I wish they would have asked that. And before I forget, I can't remember specifically when, and I'm paraphrasing, but Danny Sheehan has talked about this underwater base off Baja California, in between Guadalupe Island and Baja California, there being a UFO base there, right? Also in Arizona, but specifically the one there off California. He kind of said there's no evidence for that. He did. I don't know if anyone was paying attention. I'll have to go back and confirm that, but he specifically what he said, I can't remember, but it was along the lines of, he did say no evidence. I remember that. But I can't remember what question, whatever. There's a lot going on. So I have to come back to that. So again, these are just my notes, y'all. Another thing was interesting, the way Lou Elizondo said material. So was he saying a different word? Because he's like material. I just found that, I was like, what, is that a new thing? Is that something I don't understand? Maybe I'm not understanding that that's a different word or something. I don't know. I'm stupid. So that's possible. But I don't know. Material. I was like, what? They brought up the Chris Sharp Liberation Times article, like not specifically, but Nancy Mace asked about General Dynamics, right? Which is included in that article and a big part of it. And I know that's where that came from. So that's kind of interesting, but they didn't ask more specific questions about that. Why? Why not? Is it because they don't feel that there's any evidence to support that? Right? Why wouldn't they ask about that? That's interesting. They brought up Lockheed Martin again, but they didn't ask specifically about the OSSEP program, which was a government-funded program, right? And Lockheed Martin having a craft and them not being able to get that craft from OSSEP, right? David Grush even brought that up in the Joe Rogan interview, but why wasn't that brought up, like specifically? And honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, why didn't David Grush bring that up in his testimony? If he could bring it up on Joe Rogan, I'm not sure why he didn't bring that up then, but it should have been asked here. Even if it's just to deny it. Now that's a rumor or something, why that wasn't asked is beyond me. Mike Gold brought up, they asked about, non-human intelligence and what it is, right? And he made the point of, well, what about non-biological intelligence, right? And Nancy Mace said, well, what do you mean? What does that mean, right? And he's like, artificial intelligence. Right. So that was brought up, and I agree. That's a fair point to consider. And I think his point about whatever this is, we're not ready for it. Like, it will surprise us. It's not what we think, which is fascinating to think about. And to some extent, I have to admit, I agree with that. Right. We're being told they're grays and they're this and they're that and all this thing. But I don't know. I kind of agree with Mike. I don't know if it's anything we haven't asked the right questions. Right. And the answer will surprise us. And I agreed with that. One thing that was interesting at the end there was Lou Elizondo bringing up the point about UAPs being spotted around our R&D facilities, right? Research and development facilities. Now, at first, you think, oh, wow, what are they doing? This is crazy, and whatever. Right. But I have to admit, to me, that's a red flag, or at least for those sightings. That's probably something pretty prosaic, right? Our aliens are going to our R&D facilities. That makes zero sense. Sorry. I mean, that just makes zero sense. If they're so advanced in us, what? That just doesn't make any sense, if I'm being honest. So I don't know. What do y'all think? What was the biggest bombshell that was said during this, right? I don't know if there was one in particular. There was a lot of little bits and pieces that were interesting. I don't know if there was one moment, because everything that was confirmed, quote unquote, in this was already said at the last hearing. So there was new sightings mentioned. That Kuwait sighting that Schellenberger brought up was quite interesting, right? That was quite interesting. I mean, there was quite a few sightings brought up that I'd never heard of, which is interesting. I want to dig into those. That's probably what I want to dig into the most, and the part about Gallaudet saying there's no evidence of the base thing or the hotspot or so, whatever was said. I got to really nail that down. But I don't know. I'm curious what everyone else says. What do you think was the biggest thing said, or the things you liked, or whatever? Bare minimum, this opens the door for more people to want to talk about it. Definitely. More Congress that will probably be interested, I think. But with that said, there's going to have to start being some people coming forward with personal experience, right? Like, not one person that testified to having a personal experience with this UAP. Not one person. Right? At the last hearing, you had 2 eyewitnesses, 2 people with encounters, Ryan Graves and David Fravin. Now, Lou Elizondo claimed in his book he had some, but that didn't come out in the hearing. Why not? So I think as we move forward, every hearing can't be about removing the stigma and talking about it more, and let's be transparent. That's got to end. Like, we got to move on, because the way to get around the stigma and studying it more is bringing witnesses forward. That's how you do that. Just saying it is not how you do it, but showing why, that's how you do it. You show why do we need to have transparency? Why do we need to be studying this more? Because XYZ. And the XYZ is what we need at these hearings. All right. Proof. People who've touched these craft, worked on these craft, recovered bodies, touched the bodies. I'm sorry, we just do. More pilots who've had encounters. As Nancy Mace would say, military officials who have seen some stuff. She used a different word, but I agree with that wholeheartedly. So that's it for my notes. Let me go to this super chat. Thank you, Dylan. First of all, very much appreciated. I really want someone to ask if all the tens of thousands of mysterious cases of missing people documented by the decades-long research and investigation by David Paulides is tied in any way to the subject and overall phenomena. I would include ongoing cattle mutilations. Sure. And nobody did. There was a lot of questions that needed to be asked. I get it. Georgie Dan says, shame no one asked Gold on his Bigelow connection. I agree. Again, the whole Lockheed Martin thing just didn't get brought up. Yeah, there's definitely a lot that didn't get brought up that I wish would have. 100%. There's no question. Christian Popple want to join the chat. People saying that in the live chat. I don't know what that means. They want to join the chat. Give me a second. I've got all my stuff on mute, y'all. So if I'm getting messages, I don't see them. Let me see here if I've got a message from them. Is that what's going on, y'all? They want to jump on. All right, let me see if I can get them on. Bear with me. Okay. All right, I sent messages. We'll see what happens. See if I can get Christian Harloff and Pavel on. I don't know. I don't have any messages, I don't think, but I don't know. They want to share the screen. Got it. All right, well, we'll see. I sent a message. Ogles to enact the Holman rule, find a judge who will issue a subpoena to Lukatsky, Lockheed, CIA Director, Secretary Granholm, have them testify under oath and be charged with prison time if they are found to commit perjury. Well, I definitely agree with some subpoena, and I agree with getting Lukatsky up there and Lockheed and all that. I agree. Let's go, baby. Let's subpoena. Let's get some people. Sorry, if you gained information through taxpayer funds, I don't think you get a choice. I'm sorry, right? Like, am I wrong there? All right, so Christian said he's live also. So guys, they're not saying they want to join. So hilarious. Hilarious. So anyway, all right, let's go over some of y'all's comments and things that y'all have. Please let me know. Jesse says, who the hell is the new MJ-12? I don't know. Not even sure if there was another MJ-12. Was there? RJ had put, I hope they asked Luis about Roswell. Yeah, I agree that the Roswell thing should have been asked. I just don't see how that doesn't come up. You know, to be honest. Just not sure. Does anyone have any questions, comments, whatever? Oh, they want me to go on there. Well, see, this is the problem, y'all. The audiences get split up. Everyone's doing live stream, you know, hate that stuff. But no, we're hanging out here, Vetters. Yeah, okay, this is an interesting point, Rodrigo. I do want to talk about this. No pics, no videos. What now? You know, the only thing that was shown was like Schellenberger, right? Where he's showing some documents. I was like, yeah, let's get it going, right? Let's show some stuff. Why don't we have anything? Why didn't Lou Elizondo show that chandelier photo, right? Like, show some stuff. I mean, there should have been some stuff shown. I agree. And Congress should have asked that. Like, let's see some stuff, right? And some of it was like, I can tell you behind closed doors. I can't talk about it. I can tell you, but you know, and I get that. I totally get that. For sure. What was Schellenberger doing there? You know, I thought more was going to be revealed from that. I think a lot of it, his work will be behind the scenes and people looking into his story and what's going on more than anything. But again, at that point, it's up to Congress to ask him the questions, right? They're not allowed to just start talking. They have to respond to questions. And I think there should have been more pushback on that for sure. What happened to the secret mysterious whistleblower we were supposed to see or hear from? I don't know anything about that, Jess. That to me was just a rumor online. I never thought a mysterious whistleblower was going to come, a witness. But yeah, somebody was saying that. And it didn't happen, clearly. Because again, they provide their witness testimony beforehand. It's a very transparent situation, right? If we're advocating for transparency, they also have to be transparent. So the witness list has to be put out, right? Details of what the meeting is about, pre-written testimony has to be submitted. They have to sign a waiver about that, right? That they're telling the truth or whatever, right? So then they ask them before it even starts to under oath, right? So they can't just bring somebody in. Everyone gets 5 minutes. It's very allocated. It's very scheduled. It has to be, right? For how it works. I mean, you even had a couple people running up and down through different stuff, right? So there was, to me, that was not going to happen. But it was said. Mia asked, why didn't the Congress member ask the admiral, who they said they were not to discuss that email and the events of that day? That's a great question. That's a great question. Who said that? That's a great question. And I'd also have to ask, like, Tim Gallaudet says there was no mention of this thing afterwards. But then when he's pressed further, he's like, well, I didn't ask either. Well, it would have been different if he's like, I kept asking about it and they didn't want to talk about it. That's much different than it wasn't brought up. I mean, there's a lot going on there. So, but that's a great question, Mia. Are the witnesses coming back at next hearing? Probably not. I doubt it. And we don't know when the next hearing is. Now, there will be a Senate hearing next week, which I will be live streaming as well, next Tuesday. So 6 days from today. Hopefully that's the case. That could change, as does a lot of things in this. Telekinetic. Lou said Lockheed Bigelow craft was from the 1950s. Which retrieval event? Agreed. Which event? There's no way to know. There is no way to know, y'all. Did some of the hearings seem a little thrown together, like maybe some people dropped out and they need fillers, promised a lot, delivered very little? Yeah. I mean, clearly Chris Mellon was supposed to testify. He went on vacation. So yeah, it's totally possible. And Lou canceled his last two events before this hearing that he had for his book tour. So is it possible he was also a last minute addition? Or was that over the photo thing? I don't know. I have a question. Why are they so crunched for time? It can't just devote a day of testimony for this so they can ask more questions. Above my pay grade. Above my pay grade, but great question. I would also like to know the answer to that. There's no doubt about that. Would love to see the 13-minute HD video of the UAP off of Kuwait. Absolutely. 100%. How do you feel it helped or it didn't? Again, at bare minimum, I think this hearing open the conversation for more people to talk about it, look into it, put pressure. But that can be a double-edged sword, because the more attention that comes to this, the more questions, the more scrutiny will come to this, right? The bigger it grows, more people who aren't necessarily involved all the time are going to come in and they're going to have questions, right? There won't be that core audience that just is very like, yeah, give me the info, give me the UFO info. You got people coming out and going, UFOs? Okay, I'm interested. This, oh, that sounds, there's just going to be more scrutiny. So be prepared. And the people that are making claims, be prepared, because the more this grows, the more this comes in the public sphere, way more questions, way more scrutiny is going to come this way, as it should, because the goal should be to get to the truth. The goal shouldn't be to get to UFOs are real. If that's the truth, then great. But the goal should be truth. That's it. Whatever that is, in my opinion, for me. You can do what you want. Ask what they thought UAP are. Gallaudet, strong evidence they are non-human. Elizondo, what he said. Schellenberger, don't know. Gold, don't know. Need to find out. Yeah. Absolutely. How much accountability on these sources end up having? That's the problem, because the sources never are the ones testifying. The sources are the never ones putting themselves out there, in a sense. Now, you may argue, oh, they put themselves out there because they're releasing that information, but are they? Are they? They have no accountability. The only accountability they then have is to the person that goes and reveals what their sources said. They become a conduit, if you will, the messenger, not the originator, right, of that data or evidence or whatever. So, but on the flip side, some sources need to remain anonymous, and I get that as well. It's a balance. It's a fine balance, and it can be frustrating. So, but great point. What happens next? Great question. Great question. What happens next, y'all? Well, many things. Depends what journey you're on, right? Now, let's say from a government standpoint, let's stick to that, right? Clearly, the Congress members need to know what to do from this point, right? I believe it was Burleson or somebody asked, I can't remember. Somebody asked, you know, if you're me, like, where do we go from here? Like, what do we do? What do we do with this information, essentially? And I agree, right? What they didn't bring up, you know, now that I'm thinking about it, and I made this point before, David Grush's investigation. What they didn't bring that up again and be like, this is where we are with that. And this is my concern, is that these hearings happen and then it just flutters in the wind, right? It's just smoke in the wind, y'all, gone. And then the next hearing is like brand new stuff, but it's like, whoa, what happened to the last stuff we mentioned? David Grush already mentioned, here's the map, here's where we go, here's the investigation, this is it, let's go to that. And there was no mention of that brought up, like, this is where we are with what David Grush testified to. This is the, you know, what we've done since then. And that's kind of the problem. All the information and data is everywhere, and it's not collated together, right? It's not brought together so we can find out where we are on this, right? If there was some sort of timeline website, they're just like, from the government, you know, okay, this person did, this is what we're doing with this is what we're, you know, we have no idea. So what happens next? I guess they're just going to reset, because that's kind of what it seems like they did with this hearing. They just reset from the last one, right? So it's hard to answer that. What's next from their standpoint? What is next? We can't just light the stove and walk away. Who do we really need to question in that hearing? Not sure I understand that question. Not sure I understand that. I mean, if you just mean who do we need to be questionable about, like, well, all of them, as essentially all with a grain of salt, it's hard to tell, because there's no evidence or proof or anything, right? It's just these things. Oh, I'm way behind on chat, aren't I? Yikes. My bad, y'all. Oh, Allie says, I feel like we just need a hug after all that. Yeah. Yes. UAP Paul says, I don't understand the process. Where you meant to go from here when there isn't a joined up cohesive effort to get to the bottom of it. Yeah, exactly. What each congressperson is going to take their own step, right? Of what to do, how to look in, because then it becomes, well, we need to propose some sort of legislation about this, right? Like, and clearly the UAP amendment or whatever it was isn't getting in this year. So I don't know. Eventually, proof is going to have to be brought up. Like, these Congress people are going to eventually, if the hearings, it's just every time. But at the same time, if they're so spread out, there's just new Congress members coming in and out, right? Congress isn't in office forever. So Jessica says, Lockheed Martin people or private contractors is the answer to that last question. What was the last question? I forgot already. Who do we need to be questioning at these hearings? Well, that's, again, my opinion is people that have been in charge of some of these places, bringing them out. Again, people who've touched the craft, scientists, engineers, and bringing proof along with them to show. I mean, I don't know. But I guess that can't happen. Why do you think Corbell sat on the Grush story, the Immaculate story, and the Office of Global Affairs story after they come out? He says he knew all along. Good question. I couldn't tell you. I have no idea. George Knapp said he sat on the story in the New York Times as well. In 2017, right? He sat on that. He could have done that too. So I don't know. It's a good question. I could not, there's no way I could answer that for him. It seems that some of the Congress people are not convinced. Why did they not ask people with high standing, not only from the USA? Wilford D. Brower is a retired general who confirmed UFOs. Okay. Well, I think we stick to the American government because that's what Congress has authority over. Wouldn't make any sense to go outside of that. Now, just as a personal journey, of course, this is a global, phenomenon, right? That's occurring. So, but from their standpoint, they have jurisdiction in America only. And to be fair, I wouldn't want my Congress people going outside of that. Um, Vetted people who are disappointed. I've been into the subject since the 80s. There has always been people saying the truth is coming, and here we are in 2024. The face has changed, but the message is the same. Yeah, I hear that a lot. I understand. I get it. That's why we can never stop asking for the release of proof, evidence. That's why I said these hearings can only go so far with the main purpose of them is just let's remove stigma and UAP are real. I can't talk about it. That's got to end. If that happens at the next hearing 16 months from now, which could be 2026, y'all, it's not going to be good. I mean, there should just be a yearly hearing about this. All right. The bigger question to ask is, will this hearing prompt another one? Will people be interested in having another hearing? I think the answer is yes, but with caveats, right? Like, yeah, we'll have another hearing, but we gotta, XYZ has to happen. Otherwise, it's not worth it. I'm just saying. A lot of these Congress people can only hear these stories behind the scenes for so long. Kevin says, Oh, literally, Kevin says, thanks, Patrick. You question certain witnesses when they give you reason to. Love the channel. Yeah, look, I ask questions when I have them. It's that simple. If I have a question, I just ask it, regardless. Yeah, pretty simple for me. And again, this is government related. We're talking about taxpayer funds. All of the people sitting and their witness there, even Michael Schellenberger, all got their information taxpayer funded. Right? Because Schellenberger is saying his sources are former government officials and current government officials, right? Like they were once in the government or were once in the government, meaning all the information they got was from taxpayer money. We have a right to ask questions. We have a right, every right to ask questions, and they're asking for funding. Yes, ask any question you want. Sorry. And if it's not up to par, we should ask. And we should ask why. What have Congress achieved in 16 months since the last hearing? Were there any SCIF meetings? It doesn't seem so. Why so sluggish? There was a couple meetings at the beginning of this year about David Grush's stuff as a follow-up months later. And they covered part of his investigation, not the fantastical parts, but government misappropriation of funding and that sort of thing. And they said there's some stuff there, right? They were like, so, but where has that gone since? I agree. It's the follow-up to this stuff. Look, having the hearing and having people say stuff, great. But it's the follow-up to what they say that's the most important. It's like having an idea. Ideas don't mean anything. It's how you execute the idea that matters, right? Anyone can have ideas. It doesn't mean anything. I mean, anybody can say anything, right? But what's the follow-up? Heiser says, why was Congress asking about NHI human hybrid programs? That question came out of left field. Yeah. I mean, why not ask? If these, I don't mind any question being asked. If it's being out there claimed by former government officials, ask it in this capacity. I don't see any problem with that. I mean, hey, that's what's being claimed out there. That we got all these species, we got bases, we got hybrid programs, we got this, we got that. I say ask about it. Kind of every question is out of left field in the sense that, I mean, we're talking about aliens, y'all. I mean, that's literally, just to put it bluntly. But I hear you, Heiser. They should have talked specific figures about defense funds that are unaccounted for. That's what Congress cares about. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got to go at where Congress is and where they can do something about it, if that makes sense, where they have power. Because if you just say, yeah, there's a secret UFO program, we're hiding UFOs, and we got bodies since before I was born, Congressman was like, okay, what the fuck? What do I do with that? Right? What do I do with that information? You know, pilot saw an orb flying around. Okay, what do I do with that? Right? Like, there needs to be things to do, follow up on. And we can't be asking for these programs to be initiated, these things to happen, right, without, how to best to put this, like, I guess to a certain point, if we can verify, okay, there were things flying around, let's say Langley and these sort of things, okay, and we don't know what they are, yes, we need to study that. But if we're saying there's a secret UFO and this and all this stuff is happening and bodies, and that's a whole different thing. That requires way more funding, and there's no proof of that. And what's interesting is they're not complaining, but they're testifying to there's a misallocation of funds. So they're asking for more funds to look into the misallocation of funds, which could very well be in and of itself a misallocation of funds if this can't be proven. Does that make sense? It's such a weird dichotomy. It's such a weird thing. Like, how does that check? That's why if there's proof already out there and stuff, bring that, or bring what these people know. How do you know these things to be true? You're saying XYZ. Oh, that we have bodies since before I was born. Okay, well, how do you know that? That's what needs to be provided. And the proof behind it. It can't just be this guy told me and I trust him. Because then you go to that guy and he goes, well, this guy told me and I trust him. And then the other guy goes, yeah, because this other guy told me and I trust him. What the hell? When do we get to the thing? Hang on, Pavel wrote me. Yeah, guys, I did not want to come in. I don't know why you guys told me that. Whoever told me that. That was not true. I believe that Gary Nolan has hinted at a private retrieval operation. Do you concur with this approach? Yeah, absolutely. I do. And I know exactly what you're talking about. Remember him saying that in an interview. And I agree with that. And look, whether you like this information I'm about to tell you or not, this is being reported as fact. Arrow is in the process of creating a crash retrieval team to get to do field studies, right? To get to these places and do field studies. Let's go. I'm in. We need like the Ghostbusters, but we need alien busters, y'all. That's what we need. Private organization, privately funded, citizen oriented, right? To do this. It would be nice to have an open hearing platform similar to this one, but for journalists to ask questions to Congress about follow-ups completed, additional sessions held, et cetera, on their end. Sure. Or a press conference, right, about this afterward. That's essentially what a press conference is. Hand tattoos, yay or nay? Well, I have none, but if somebody has them, I don't care. I don't care what people do to their own body. It's their body. I don't care. Doesn't bother me. James says, besides our military secrets, who are the ones they are afraid of outside of a skiff to speak more on about UFOs, UAPs? Hell, we know they are real, ? I don't know. So that's a good question. It's hard to tell a lot of this. It's hard to answer these questions because there's missing data, right? So it's just hard to tell. We're left with don't know. Oh, guys, I got a surprise for y'all.
What's up?
What's up, dude? Look at this.
I haven't watched your thoughts yet because I was too busy for 3.5 hours trying not to make Beetlejuice jokes. So what did you think?
I just raw reaction. I don't think there was one like particular huge bombshell, but I think there was a few different points, and depending how into the topic you are, that was interesting.
Sure.
But it felt very like a reset. They didn't cover anything about like, well, what happened at the last hearing and where are we on that information, right? And they were just like establishing we don't want any stigma on this. We need to study this and just making, UFOs are real. We have bodies. Okay, well, we've already said that. So, like, let's get into the meat of potatoes. I felt it fell a little flat there.
Yeah, I thought it stunk. I thought the whole thing stunk.
I love it. Let's hear it.
I mean, look, there was definitely, so a few people said in the chat room afterwards that it was essentially for the it's not for people like me and you who are covering this topic all the time. It's to try to get the word out to the regular just the people who aren't paying attention to this. And I think that's all fine and dandy. And if it actually does cross over, then I would agree that is a very important thing to do. It's like someone's walking around going, "Oh, Lou Elizondo, who used to work for the government, says that these that we're talking to non-human intelligence. It's a big nugget that came out of that thing, right? But the problem is, have you seen, besides me, you, and the rest of YouTube, any mainstream media that's really covering this? Maybe I think AP News or somebody, or every other news thing I checked, nobody was covering this thing. And I'm sure you had thousands of people watching you. We had thousands of people on our streams. It's not like the topic wasn't popular. It was super popular, but the mainstream media doesn't cover it. So if they're not covering the actual hearing itself, then why in the world would they cover any information that came out of it? So I don't think the goal of spreading this to mainstream media or mainstream audience is going to happen. I hope I'm wrong. But I just thought there was I thought it was a wet fart, to be completely honest with you. And it's like you had like Lou Elizondo, who I know that he's a controversial person, right? I happen to be on the more positive side of Lou with information. I think he's been very important to disclosure of what he got out in the New York Times article. He got the conversation going. I think I believe a lot what he says. That's personally for me.
Sure.
I thought his testimony was worthless. I thought it was worthless, minus that one little thing. It's like he couldn't say anything. It wasn't like David Grush, where nobody was talking about this subject publicly, and then Grush comes out and says all these things. It's like, wow, he said the same shit Grush did, and not even as well. Gallaudet said some good stuff. The NASA guy was, what I said on my stream was, he looked like he was a guy that was working as Santa Claus in a mall and said, you know what, I'm going to go testify at a hearing today. He did nothing. Schellenberger was asked, because that's the biggest thing coming out of today's hearing was the reverse engineering program, the Immaculate Constellation program, and the fact that he released it online, and the fact that they publicly said it, and that they put it into Congress. Him being there, I understand why it was important, but he really couldn't say anything either. He's a reporter, and he's like, oh yeah, well, this is the guy that gave it to me, and I understand why he was there, but he didn't add much except this is the thing that go look at my Twitter feed afterwards, and you'll be able to read it. So I don't really know how much this thing really moved the needle. Maybe we'll be wrong when people start to put the microscope to it, but yeah, that's where I stand on it.
No, I agree with all your points, man. I agree. It was it's again, depending on how far you're into this topic and what information you're looking for, it's very insider baseball, the things that were apparent, because if you're just watching this from outside, it's like, well, what exactly are we saying here?
Yeah.
Right. Like what exactly was said at this? Like, what did they actually testify to? Nobody was a firsthand witness. They only asked Tim Gallaudet if he had a personal experience with USO, but that should have been the first question they asked him.
Right.
Have you had a personal experience with UAP? Tell me about it. Nobody got asked that.
Well, nobody did get asked that, but here's the problem. The problem is that even if they did ask them, it was going to be, well, I can't answer that here. I gotta answer. That's what you knew was coming, what was going to happen, and that's why Lakatsky said the same thing like 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, and he said, "I don't know what this hearing is going to accomplish because they're not going to be able to say anything." He said said that. He's 100% right. He was dead on accurate. And then because you did have like Boebert asking ridiculous questions that they're not going to ask, like, hey, what do you think about these hybrids? Like, what do you think about this? And I said, you can't. Were you not at the hearing for the last 2 hours? They can't answer shit. Don't ask them that. They're going to tell you the same thing. Oh, I can't answer this under blah 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 perjury. It's like, why are you here? In the same way that when Michael Schellenberg did say that thing about, well, I can't give up my source. As a reporter, I get that, but as a hearing witness, then why are you here? Why are you here if you can't give up or say things what you're going to say and the things you've been told to make us go, holy shit? Now, I don't know. Did you cover this at all? Because we talked about it a little bit on our stream. When Jeremy Corbell for the last 2 weeks has been talking about how it's just going to be turned upside down and the world's just going to be different after today. He can't defend this and say this was a success, right?
No, not from his perspective, right? Not from what he's saying. Yeah, he built it up to be this bigger thing than it. I mean, again, what was said? What was actually said that's not already out in public record? Nothing.
Nothing really.
Maybe a
The
few
only-
stories that are
Right.
out, right? A few videos or something,
Yeah.
but we'll never see those.
No, the only thing was when the dude asked Elizondo about have we had direct communication with NHI, and he said, well, it depends on what you mean.
Oh, I hated
And
that answer.
I hated it also, but at least there was some kind of an answer with that to where say, yeah, we have a one way or another, right? So that's like, you could like kind of nitpick. I always like take movie examples out of this stuff. It's like when you're asking somebody about an anticipated movie they have coming up, but they can't give you anything, but they say, well, he does wear a cape in this one. Oh, so-and-so says he wears a cape. It's like
Yeah.
the little thing that you can grab out of the interview is basically what you got there. This was touted as being, wait until you see what is said at this hearing.
Correct.
And nothing was said that moved the needle.
No, I agree, man. I think there was a lot of problems, but I think there's a lot of problems behind the scenes, and it seems like there's going to be more of, again, getting, like, if this is the best of the best, we had to testify. We've had 16 months, and this is what we're putting forward to get more hearings, right? That's
Right,
the point of this, to get taxpayer funding, more hearings, more interest in this. Will it be talked about a little bit more? Yeah, probably, but to what extent? I mean, what I've been saying is the more that this ball grows of interest, right? The more people that get involved, well, what's going to happen? More scrutiny, more question, more people who aren't into this topic as much, they're going to come in with harder questions. And all of these claims made by former government officials or current government officials are going to just almost, fall apart here without this. Because again, where are we going with this? Like, I don't understand where we're going.
That's exactly the question, dude. Is like, where are we going now from this? Because as you said beforehand, as we first started talking, was that there was nothing in here that came out that was like, oh, they actually said this, and this, right?
Correct.
Nothing to make you, because I know what you do very well is that if you have something on a video and you're covering it, and then that same topic, something big comes out of it, you'll change the title and you'll change the thing. And it's like, so would I have. If it was like, whatever it might have been, NHI pictures shown at hearing by surprise witness, with the program was said this, and you're like, whoa. And our streams would have been 6 hours long today talking about this. And it's like, where does the world go? What is this now? It's like, what do we really, the fact that we have to, break down what we saw. It's like, how do you break down what we saw? You just saw the same shit. And it's like, well, we can't say this. We're not able to say this. This person said that. Well, we believe that the government's lying. No shit. There was nothing there. And it was a bummer because you'll see, like, when I start my stream, I'm in like it's like Christmas morning for me. I'm like, here we go.
Too. Yeah.
And then by midway through, I was like banging my head against the microphone.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's two sides to it. Like, one side of me is like that, right? Just, oh my God. But there's another side of me that's like, you give movie examples, I give food examples, right?
Sure.
Like, I just think I'm in the kitchen, right? Okay, it's night service. We're going. I gotta stay focused. Okay, we're only half full, no problem. Then those half people are gonna get the best service and food we've ever done. So in my head, I'm just saying, just make any notes, anything that sticks out, anything. But that's the thing, you're finding little things. There was no big reveal. There was no, like you said, big thing to talk about afterwards, like paradigm shifting. I mean, the entire thing is just pushing less stigma and more study of this topic.
Right.
Well, okay, but
that's
how
the
do we
last
get that?
Right.
But how do we get that? By showing proof and getting witnesses up. That's how we accomplish the thing you're saying.
Yeah,
we
because
need to accomplish.
Because I'm seeing people going, oh, you don't understand what the actual purpose was. Well, what was the actual purpose? What was the actual purpose then of it? Was the purpose to get more mainstream coverage? Is that what you think it is? Because that's what I've seen the counter to. And it's, again, show me the news articles and show me the people that are extensively covering this to get it to the mainstream audience. Because the mainstream audience, they ain't watching me and Patrick. I'll tell you that. They're the people who are really interested in this topic are watching us.
Yeah.
That's where, and we are, and not just us, obviously, multiple people on YouTube and other places are vessels because the mainstream media does not cover it. They just don't. And if they do, it's like 5-minute segments on NBC, and then it just goes away to the next story, you know? So
Sure.
I don't know if like, well, we're not getting it. That's what the people are saying. Some of the people I see, oh, we don't understand what the purpose was. Well, what was the purpose? Tell us what the purpose was, because you're right. I don't know what the purpose of this was.
I think it was just that, just less stigma, more transparency, and studying this and asking for more funds. But again, great. But how we get there is not just by saying that.
Right.
Right. You got to show some. That's how we get the thing you want. And another point that I brought up, which is, busting my head open here. A big part of this is saying there's a big cover up and a misappropriation of funds and government programs and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, they're asking for more funds to look into the misappropriation of funds. And that very well in and of itself could be a misappropriation of funds.
Right.
And that's, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
what are
totally.
we?
Yeah. It's like, what was it? And then I think you and I are both we try to be a little meticulous, right? We want to make sure that there are certain, like I approach my show from the every person's point of view. That's what I like to do. So if I mess up a name or two or anything, I want to be corrected in the comments, and I want to be corrected as, hey, no, actually this person's name is this, not this. That's fine, because I approach it that way. Look, do your research. I don't know, because I do it the same way where I'm having a conversation with somebody outside. However, I'm not running a hearing, right? If I was running a hearing, I'd make sure I knew all my names. I'd make sure I have everything in there. And there were people coming in 5 minutes before the hearing was over, calling Lou Zundio or whatever it was, and and like not knowing certain things, and I'm like, and people not knowing that the hearing was even happening until a week beforehand. It's like it's so disorganized. And then you got Nancy Mace, who's telling people, come at me, bro. And she's what else was she said? She called the guy babe at the end. I'm like, what the hell's happening?
I think the biggest thing was Lauren Boebert, like, birds aren't real. The earth is flat. Like, what the? Oh my God. Dude,
I mean,
that,
I know
that
the
was
point.
the
I know
worst.
what she was trying to do, but it
fell
felt
flat.
bad. It
really, felt flat, right?
Pun intended.
It was
bad.
Literally.
It was bad.
Yeah.
It was bad.
It just wasn't the right time for that. Like, this is your 5 minutes.
Right.
Not now. Tweet that out. That's a tweet.
And I also think you got to pick your people, right? Because like you can 100% pull. I mean, I think they did it very well in the beginning with Republicans, and I think Luna handled herself very well, and Burchett handled herself very well. Moskowitz did very well. Garcia, like that, you back and forth. When you take super extreme on either side, where the extreme is gonna bleed into it, because certainly both Garcia has very extreme liberal points of view, and Burchett has very extreme conservative views, but it didn't bleed over in their testimony.
No, not at all.
When you have someone like that opening statement, it bleeds in, it automatically makes people go, if you try to do a bipartisan thing, it makes people go, ugh. And you're not even listening to your questions, and you can't do that.
Absolutely.
You can't do
agree.
that.
Yeah, I agree. Look, I think there was some really good questions asked, but I was disappointed in the answers for sure. Right. Again, and if putting aside insider baseball, were there some things that I was interested that got said? Yes, but I cover this every day, so it's a little different. But it was interesting to me in more of a detail way.
Yeah.
Right. Like for instance, Lou Elizondo bringing up, well, there's a lot of sightings around R&D facilities. That's a huge red flag to me. I know he's trying to flex that as like, look, they're getting to but I see that as, then it probably is drones from Russia or China or something. They want to know what we're building, not alien. You think aliens are showing up to the R&D? I mean, that just doesn't make any sense. So little things like that I caught, but is the normal person catching any of this up? No, absolutely not.
Probably not, but
no, of course not.
But you are, and the fact that you are, and you're really the one right now that's watching it. Because let's face it, the majority of people that we're watching right now are people who are very interested in the topic. And even look at the News Nation piece right before it started. There was a line around the hall inside of Congress to get into the freaking thing.
Yeah,
and it is because people that are into this are really into it. I'm just very curious, because I equated it to like going to a movie premiere, where you are you can go to the worst movie in the world, and you go to a premiere, and there's always applause, and people get excited because most people worked on it, or the actors are there, or everything. You're caught up in the emotion. So yeah, this is great. I wonder if that's what it was like in the hearing.
Sure.
Afterwards, like, that really,
100%.
That really went well. I can't believe that they said that. And then they're like, wonder what everyone's saying online. And they go, oh shit.
Yeah, absolutely. That without a doubt, right? Like, yeah, it's hard to trust movie premiere reviews because it's
Right.
like, well, wait a second, there's something there. Same thing. I agree. If you're at that hearing and you know some of these, that's the problem with becoming personal friends with some of these figures, quote unquote, is because the objectivity gets lost, right?
100%.
Because you're going up to your friend and going, "You did a great job," or "This was awesome," but nothing to do with the topic, right? Like it's a different sort of thing. So yeah, no, I totally concur, man. I don't know. I mean, I'll be rewatching it, parts of it. There was different some certain questioning that I was curious about, but again, very insider baseball. What are the clips that might be shown on the news? Same stuff that's already been shown. UAPs are real.
UAPs are
We've
real.
got 20
Bodies.
clips of that. Yeah, we got. I mean,
bodies.
What's
things,
the
all
question after that? How do you know
Right.
that? Show me. Why do you believe that?
Yeah.
You know,
exact-
where is that?
I wonder if they're going to clip out. It'll be like, oh, here's the clip. You know what they're going to do? They're going to spend 30 seconds covering all of the stuff that was said about either the bodies, the communication, the UAP stuff, about 30 seconds, and then a minute on Nancy Mace calling someone babe.
Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, that kind of stuff, I don't really care. It's more like,
I don't care either,
what's the substance there? Yeah,
Sure.
but I agree. But
Yeah.
because there's no substance, those are the things people, right? That's what
Right.
you end
That's what
up
I'm saying.
focusing
Yeah,
on.
that's what I mean. That's what the news will do, because they're like, oh, well, they called it babe, and she said, "Come at me, bro," and she said,
Yeah.
is it? And then they'll spin it politically and go, "Is
Sure.
this what the next 4 years is going to be? Aliens and
Dude,
blah blah blah."
no, the Bobert clip is what they're going to show, bro.
100%. 100%. When she's talking about the flat earther shit and all that stuff, like up top, they're gonna harp
Horrible.
in on that when
Yep.
and it's gonna take away, because that's what they can get, as opposed to, wait, this guy was talking about what with the US, and who's that Santa Claus looking guy? I don't know, NASA
Yeah.
guy. I don't know who that is.
Dude, he definitely, like, I don't know what he provided.
Nothing.
Everyone was hoping they were going to ask him about Lockheed, right? And this, because he was at Bigelow during that time. But none of the big questions got out. Roswell, Lou, you said in your book you had orbs flying down in your living room. You said that, like, you remote viewed a guy in Guantanamo Bay and he saw it. Like, why aren't we asking some of these questions about Gallaudet? Danny Sheehan has said, that there's an alien base off the coast of Baja California.
Right.
Tell me more about that.
But Patrick, that
lack.
goes back to my whole thing where they didn't even know Lou's last name, right? Like, there
Correct.
was the stuff like, so when
Elizondo, yeah,
right. Attack Peters on my show, and he's talked about this thing with that he met Marco Rubio once, and he asked him a couple things about UAP stuff, and there were certain things that he didn't even know the names of, that just like novices know about.
Sure.
And it's like, this is the problem. Like, there's probably how much of that information, I can guarantee you that you know way more than the majority of the people that were up there asking questions. I can guarantee you that.
100%.
There are some people that are very well versed and know a lot of the things and can ask those types of. You know who I think was really locked in? I thought had the best set of questions was Luna. I thought Luna clearly.
Luna was great.
Luna has a lot. She is really paying attention to all of this and asks the right questions and has.
I agree.
And is knowledgeable on the topic, as opposed
agree.
to just hey, little green men walking around. You think, hey, did you like They Live? Me too. I wonder if it's real. And it's like, that's the kind of stuff I felt some of these people were asking.
Now, that's a great point, and I agree. I thought Nancy Mace asked some good questions at the beginning too, to set the tone.
Yeah.
I really did.
Moskowitz was tough on Lou, and I liked that.
Moskowitz was good too. Yeah, and I said, like, they were like interrupting Lou at the beginning. It
Yeah.
felt like an interrogation of some sort. I was like, good. Let's
Same.
get at it, right?
Same.
Like, let's get in there, cut them off. Don't let them ramble. Let's get specific answers. And I think Luna even kind of. Or not Luna, Mace. I think even at the end, maybe you could sense a little disappointment from her, because she's just like, what are we like, guys? What are we talking about here? You say non-human intelligence. Like, what do you mean by that? Right? Like, what's going on here? I think a lot of people, again, are going to start, that sentiment is going to grow and grow unless something happens. And it can't be just whistleblowers afraid to come forward. That can't be the reason. Or so-and-so said it, they're credible, let's believe it. That can't, those can't be the reasons.
Can't do that anymore.
Why would he lie?
Yeah.
If that's our biggest defense, well, why would he lie? We're screwed.
Right.
Right.
Has Jeremy Cabell tweeted since the since
That's
the
a good
hearing?
question. Oh, dude, I haven't even looked at Twitter or nothing.
I stopped the stream and had lunch. So
Yeah,
it's like
I've been streaming since 10:30, dude.
yeah, I went
Straight.
at 11. You've been up. You were half an hour before me, but I got other. Like I said, I got to go run in and get.
Well, dude, you have a
distributions.
whole you got a bazillion things going. This is all I'm in, right? So yeah, no, I get
this
it.
is
No,
it. This
I
is-
don't
this is
see
a big day.
anything.
Okay, well,
There's a video of him sitting down like at
that was
the
right
hearing.
beforehand. Yeah,
Yeah,
when he used to
beforehand.
say,
That's
like
it.
the quiet before the storm. It's like
Yeah.
What it's like?
No,
what storm?
there was no
It's like-
storm.
It's like,
Yeah,
oh, here
this
comes,
was
here
a
comes a
sprinkle.
hurricane. Yeah, here's
Yeah.
a hurricane, and it's just a couple drizzles.
And someone got spat on. That's all that
Yeah,
happened.
right,
Like, it was like,
right, right.
no, I'm with you, man. And
Oh.
maybe was there more things that he knows that were supposed to be said, and from who?
Maybe.
Because those witnesses can't just start talking, right? Does that make sense? Like they have to be asked the right questions to say certain things, and they gave their pre-written testimony, so we already knew what the basis of what they wanted to talk about was. So why would Jeremy say it? Like, what information did he have that
Right,
would
what did
make
he have?
him?
Because there's no
say
way
that?
he thought this was the groundbreaking thing. He might
Dude,
might spin
it's
it.
possible, bro.
He might spin it and say it, but there's no way you could have felt like this was the groundbreaking thing. Come on. Come
Sure.
on. There's no
Yeah.
way.
No, you're right.
Yeah, it's like if we out of all the stuff that he's broke, and whether it was the jellyfish video, there's other things that he's talked about in general, the confirmation of the Schellenberger stuff that he knew, and all those things that he's talked about, for him to say, like, if he's his, I'm very curious to hear his next show, because if his next show is that it did everything we thought it was going to do,
We crushed it.
we
Yeah.
crushed it. And I would have a lot more faith if he was like, look, basically what you just said, which was there were things that were going to be said that simply weren't said. And I don't know why they weren't said, but they weren't. And they will be. Well, I still will have a harder time believing it, but at least they'll be like, okay, well, at least that's it. If he stands by and doubles down and goes, that was it. Like, I don't know, dude.
Yeah, he'll have to be very specific about what was
Right.
it. Like what
was it?
What exactly was the thing? Again, because there's no big moment. There wasn't that David Grush moment like at the last hearing, right? Because it was all brand new. Like it
Right.
was like, oh shit, this in this hearing in the House. Again, the last one was 16 months ago. When's the next one going to be? 2026, dude.
Yeah, it's crazy.
What are we going to do?
It's do you want to hear something even more crazy? And we'll kind of leave you with this. So this is a hearing that mentioned potential non-human bodies, again, communications with non-humans, UFOs.
Yeah.
Most of them thought it was non-human. You had Gallaudet, former rear admiral, guy who used to work for the government, guy who worked for NASA, all thinking that it could be non-human intelligence. That alone is something that everyone walking around should at least know about, whether you believe it or not. You should know about it.
Sure.
More people will know who won the Mike Tyson and Jake Paul fight than they'll know about anything of this hearing.
You're right, and I'm going to the Tyson fight.
Are you really?
so-
Are you
Yeah,
going?
man. I got great tickets,
great.
dude.
Where
You
is
have
it?
No idea.
Where's the fight?
It's in Dallas Cowboy Stadium.
Oh, I didn't know that. Is it in Cowboy Stadium? Are they going to get that many people out there for that fight? I could see
That I don't know.
I
Right?
don't know. Maybe.
But maybe. I don't know. Yeah.
I mean,
the
if,
tickets
like-
are very reasonable. Like,
Are they?
just general admission is like $50.
That's probably because there's so many tickets.
Yeah. There's so many
so
tickets,
many,
and it's
'cause
live on Netflix. I'm actually sitting right by where they're going to come out.
Oh,
So I'm going
wow.
to do my best. Like when I was an extra on movies, I would do my best to stick my head in the frame.
Do it.
You know what I mean?
Do
Get
it.
in
Like-
there.
like Jesse Michaels today in the hallway.
Yeah. Bro, I'm a pro at that, bro. I've gotten in some movies like just getting my neck, you know.
Yeah,
so I'm gonna do my best.
I'll look for you. I'm jealous.
Yeah.
I'd want to go to that. I was considering going to the UFC fights on Saturday night, but they're at the Garden.
Yeah. Oh, right on. Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. But I agree with your point. About that.
More people
Sure.
will know about that for sure than this potential monumental hearing, which we don't know how monumental it was. But anyway,
Sure.
it's always a pleasure to talk to you about this stuff, my friend.
Oh man, of course, man. Absolutely. Thanks for jumping on, dude.
All right, talk to you later.
All right, boss.
Bye.
Peace. Well, guys, I am. I got a few super chats here that I'm gonna go through, and then I'm gonna tap out, y'all, because I have been live streaming. I'm not used to. Okay, I'm not a streamer, so this is a long time for me, y'all. I'm coming up on 4 hours of streaming. and y'all hanging out with me for 4 hours as well. So, yeah, props to y'all, man, to be honest with you, for sticking around for so long. Vetters, love y'all so much, man. Rob says, notice how Lou Elizondo never once confirmed specifically that he was a director of ATIP. That is interesting. That didn't get brought up, for sure. 100%. They should have asked that question. Why don't these members of Congress question Matt Gaetz? At the last hearing, he claimed he went to a base and saw an actual video of a pilot in UFO. Haven't seen any updates on this. Yeah, I mean, again, there's a lot of things. That's the thing with these hearings, is you're trying to bring new information out. But at the same time, in my opinion, it should be, these should be like episodes in a television show, right? Where are we continuing? What happened last episode? Right, and that's the problem. It like resets every time. There's no continuation of, well, what happened at the last, hearing, right? So I agree. Why was no follow-up on that? That's a great point, man. Toxic. I'm not saying the rest of that. We are at the point of show and tell past stories. Yeah, I agree. I mean, look, we are getting there. If we're not there already, we have to be on the cusp. Again, if these hearings are so far apart, how many times is the hearing just going to be about less stigma, more study? I mean, it's getting old, and I agree. Rob says, "Oh, I already read that." Listen, guys, yeah, I'm out. All right, thank y'all so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I love y'all so much. Again, thank y'all so much for hanging out with me. This was great. We broke a live stream record on Vetted, I think. I'm pretty sure. I think we had like 2,600 people or something. I don't know. I was actually watching the hearing, if I'm being honest. Like, I was pretty locked in on it. So thank you to the mods. Daniel, Jessica, Heiser, Miss Brookers, Justin, Allie, Chris James, thank y'all so much for watching the chat today and hanging out. I can't thank y'all enough. I know there was a lot of nonsense in there, so I appreciate y'all sticking through and dealing with it. And again, a special shout out to all you veterans out there who hung out with me today. I really, really appreciate it. Look, if you guys want to become a YouTube member, there's a link down below in the description. You can jump on. That would be great. Merch, Patreon, all that stuff's in there, whatever you want. In our Discord, I am going to jump in our Discord for a little bit of an open mic session, not too long, because I'm beat. I'm tired of talking. So, but if you want to, our Discord is free to join. There's a link in the description. Many vetters will be in there talking right after the stream, just hanging out, talking about the hearing, whatever. So feel free to join in. We do that every day. Every day after a vetted video, there's a great conversation in our Discord. So feel free to join and give your thoughts and opinions there on the mic. All right, y'all, vetters, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Remember, every day's a gift, y'all.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through eyes covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep.